The chairs of this session, Honorable Ministers, Sri Krishna Rao Garu and Madam Sureka Garu. And then we have a quick round of a quick response about this panel, about this theme, and then we'll have some questions to each one of them. At the end, based on all the presentations, Honorable Ministers will respond, and also they will give time for Q&A, sir, if you permit. Some questions from the audience in case they have some points or suggestions. Honorable Ministers will respond. Till then, I will be conducting the proceedings, and all of the panelists, please permit me to stop you in case there is a time overrun. We'll take 5 minutes each, and then in case there is more, I'll have to probably cut down. Please don't think otherwise. Quick introduction, Sri A.V. Rao has been associated with Ramoji Group for over 3 decades, a seasoned branding and marketing communication professional, and brings extensive experience in brand building, destination positioning, and integrated marketing strategies. Sri Prabhat Verma, Executive Vice President Operations, Indian Hotels Company Limited, popularly known as Taj Group of Hotels, is overseeing hotels in South India, international hotels spread across US, UK, UAE, Africa, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. He is a hotel management graduate from IHMCTN Kolkata, an alumnus of the executive program at IIM Bangalore and AMP INSEAD Paris, a distinguished hotelier and a distinguished professional. Mrs. Sunita Bhagwat Madam is a distinguished IFS officer. She is currently holding the position of VC and MD of our own tourism corporation. She has also been, she's also additional PCF, and she serves on many policy-making bodies of both the government of Telangana and other national bodies. Then I come to Sri Ramdev Rao, who is actually a nature lover, a person who has been contributing to the greenery in Hyderabad, apart from his passion for growing trees. And I have seen him last 20-25 years being a very good advocate of the nature and nature-based tourism. So the session is divided into 2 parts for easier understanding. One is the corporate part, which IHCL and our RFC will take over. In a sense, 2 of them will speak. Then we'll talk, Madam, we'll have nature and nature-based tourism, which will be headed by Madam and Mr. Ramdev Rao. So quickly, before we start the panel and before we ask the questions or before we ask their inputs, I just want to know from the panelists a quick take about this. How do you find being in this Telangana summit? Mr. Rao? Yeah, no, I have my, okay.
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's very exciting, and 3 trillion is a very motivating, and I hope hospitality and tourism will contribute significantly, as little while ago Madam was saying. Probably let us aim for double-digit growth contribution to the GDP.
This, Madam.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. In fact, this is a very good platform, and you know, it's very exciting to be over here and to promote tourism and ecotourism also. And ecotourism will definitely go ahead by leaps and bounds. And you will also see that ecotourism is as such an industry where it is contributing to the GDP, and ecotourism is also not behind. It will also go ahead to the whatever is the objective of our 3 trillion economy by 2047. Thank you.
Before I request Mr. Prabhat Verma, please check the AV once again. Just check, is that audible? Are we audible? Can the audience raise your hands? Maybe I'm audible because I have a louder voice.
Am I audible? It's fantastic to be here for the Global Summit. The bold vision of the Honorable Chief Minister and the eminent panelist here. It's a competent, caring, capable and confident Telangana tourism strategy that we have seen. A young state, but with an ancient soul. I think the world is very much clear that it's not the question of the big beating the small, but it is the question of who is faster And that's what Telangana seems to be accelerating towards a great future. I wish the state the very best, and I'm enjoying every moment of this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baba. Now I move to A.V. Rao Garu to talk about tourist experiences, MICE-W, economy, and what are you doing at RFC to promote the tourism?
Yeah. So, Ramoji Film City, as you know, we have a very uniquely placed destination, which is cinema-based. One of the unique, what we offer is no other destination can offer, and 25 years of our journey, we have a lot of things. Motivated film-based tourism, not only tourism but also experiential conferences, and from around 16 lakh people come to Ramoji Film City all over India, sir, out of which 70 to 75% is the rest of the country. So there is a lot of scope for us to look at Telangana and promote the local last mile travel agents, and with you, I must thank Minister Garu, Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu. Telangana Zarur Ana is in a very catchy campaign which has been running and has been sustained, including participating in some international exhibitions, which was not the case earlier. That ecosystem will definitely help with the state taking the key role.
Thank you. I have another small question to you, sir. Basically, if you look at tourist experience, especially in the global context, we have 4 issues which we talk about. One is branding, second is skill development, the third is culinary tourism, which I request Prabhat Verma Garu to speak, and beyond Hyderabad. Today any guest coming to Hyderabad would ask me 2 places. One is Charminar and second one is most preferred is Ramoji Film City. How are you promoting that, and what is the suggestion to the government to improve this?
So, it's a very difficult question to answer, as Telangana government, it's an ecosystem. The entire ecosystem needs to be developed. That will be the responsibility of, the ecosystem consists of the various destinations and providing quality products, and state providing impetus in bringing the inbound. A destination. For example, Ramdev Garu has a very unique product. So unique products, what happens is they complement each other. They have a, because a traveler, a tourist, when he visits any city, he would like to experience as many different experiences as possible. So what happens is, once we have unique experiences, so the strength of length of stay will increase. So that will have an impact on the complete ecosystem. Hotels get filled up, and we look up to the government, any government for that matter. Incredible India from the center, and Telangana Zarurana is we are very happy for that. So it's sustained, will have impact on inbound. Inbound tourism, if you look at, we are yet to get back to the the pre-COVID levels. The inbound has not yet taken that kind of wings. Still, there is a lot of scope, and we look up to ecosystem. It's a hand in hand. Destinations have to give quality product, quality experiences. We cannot totally depend on government to do everything. Government has limitations. They can do certain things, but we need to provide the quality in everything. As they say, tourist trust a tourist. When we deliver a quality service, word of mouth will have a great impact, and that will have a ripple effect on the complete tourism ecosystem.
Thank you, sir. What you meant was that we need to package tourism, we need to create this experience for the tourists, and also we need to be creating an ecosystem. Our Honorable Minister at the end, we will request him for his comments on what initiatives we are taking. Now over to Mr. Prabhat. You have been a distinguished hotelier. You are a wonderful management professional. And today we are talking about global experience from local visits. It's called local. So first of all, let me ask you, how at IHCL you are creating this local experience?
Thank you. We come from the Indian Hotels Company Limited, which is 122 years of legacy, a Tata company for over 150 years in existence. We have a lot back. And the legacy of this unique state, young, as I said, in its belongingness since 2014, but it's got an ancient soul. And to give credence to that, there is that many more moments that one needs to celebrate in this great state. The city of Hyderabad itself has multiple ways to represent, from the Kakatiyas to the Sufism to the Nizams to multiple more. The Buddhist sector, it connects the dots in many multiple ways. So when you talk about quality tourism, when you talk about preservation of heritage, the live example is the resurrection of the Taj Falaknuma. That's been a great storytelling for India, that you are not only looking at the palaces which is famous in Rajasthan, but there's a unique palace of the Nizam which has been now protected, preserved and presented in its unique format. The kind of awards and accolades that palace gets for its architectural beauty, the experience that it delivers, the food and the cuisine that it relates to is what this state stands for. It's just not the IP of Hyderabadi biryani or the IP of Halim, but it's also the millet story, the agricultural story of this great state. And that's what we need to relate to the bazaars in Charminar, the Irani cafes that you may want to connect with, but also the entire village tourism and with the kind of portfolio and brand that IHCL has, from the Tree of Life, from the Amma homestays to gateways that upscale, or the gingers that we need to have those hotels across every district. This is a lot that we can deliver as part of the Indian hotels, and I'm very excited with the minister here with us. There will be multiple ways to skill the youth here, and whether it is a culinary institute that can be formed, whether a skill center that can be developed in the future city that we are here now. It's marvelous that 30 kilometers from the airport, you have such a vast potential that needs to be tapped. I can go on and on, but I will give time for the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhat. One related question. How do you marry the cuisine and the travel? I mean, is there because recently a survey has shown that 1 out of 4 people travel for food. And how do you combine this combination of food and travel? Do you deliver local experiences, or you create new experiences?
So there's multiple new ways of the new genre of travel. We are well aware of the fact that there is a pilgrimage travel, there's a temple food attached to it. We are aware about the cause of culinary trails right to the foods in Banaras, to the Goan food or the food of West Bengal. The food of Hyderabad, the food of Telangana could be a great culinary trail. It could be celebrating the Sankranti to the Ramzan month. There is multiple ways to create a calendar of events, and I believe this is something that's already celebrated, but we can accentuate it further. There's multiple ways that people travel now in groups, in alumni groups, as family, interconnected families, and this is one city and state which gives you extended kind of stay. And that's what my fellow panelist was mentioning. How do you give quality that is not limited for a one-night stay? It's about extended vision. It's about the 3-hour radius around Hyderabad that you get multiple options.
Thank you. I now move on to ma'am. Ma'am, you know, today in this digital world, people are looking at digital detox, going towards, somebody wrote in a book, if you are very stressed up, go to the mountains or go to the forest. So how are you developing the ecotourism initiatives? You are a pioneer in this, and Telangana state has done a lot of things in the policy. Can you please elaborate?
Yeah. One thing before I answer your question, I would like to just... I think this is fine. Okay. It's okay?
Keep it closer.
Now? Yeah. Before I start and reply to your question, I would like to just quote by Jennifer Nini, who is a sustainable activist, where she says, I quote, "We are not above nature, we are a part of nature." So when we say that we are a part of nature, yes, ecotourism is a part where it is on the broader canvas. It is one of the tourism activities, that is ecotourism, and when ecotourism we say, it is an amalgamation of, and it encapsulates, whether it is a nature-based tourism, it provides employment opportunities to the locals, and also at the same time conserve the forest and protect it, and with minimum carbon footprints. That is what ecotourism is all about, and we are going ahead with ecotourism, where this is already the government shows the intent in its Telangana tourism policy 2025-2030, that Telangana tourism policy, it integrates state-wise ecotourism framework, wherein Telangana Forest Development Corporation is a nodal agency to implement and take up the projects of ecotourism. So in this, we have a long-term commitment of sustainable and responsible tourism. We have already identified some of the tourism destinations, ecotourism destinations, which we have already commenced, also started at Amrabad Tiger Reserve, and also in case of Vikarabad also. So we can show a short, if you permit us, we can ask the chair to please release,
can you
to
play
showcase
the
the
audio?
films, and it is a better opportunity for us to showcase. Thank you.
Can you play the video of Amrabad and Breeze, two videos which I have given?
Here, the forest speaks first, not in words, but in the way the wind gently introduces the day. You follow the trails without thinking. They know where you're headed. They always have. Morning rises slow. A bite to eat. A sip of warmth. Amidst the greens all around. And suddenly the journey feels like part of the destination. And then you arrive. Cottages waiting between trees, patient, unhurried. Every space inside feels like it was made for your pace. A bed that knows how to quiet the noise. A view that stays with you longer than you expect. The birds carry on their stories above. The leaves keep time. The breeze remembers every traveler and tells them, you belong here. One place, many ways to feel alive again. Come home to the calm you've been missing. The breeze. Here,
Madam, would you like the next video also? Yeah, please play the next video also, the forest development.
In the wild heart of Amrabad Tiger Reserve, the jungle comes alive. Every ride, a new story. And just 150 kilometers from Hyderabad, your escape awaits. Mananur Jungle Resort. Now under Deccan Woods and Trails.
Can I?
Madam, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll continue. Though the videos they speak, the pictures speak more than 1,000 words, but I would like to add some more things. Like Telangana has a great, interesting and pristine places to explore, experience and educate. So we are doing a lot of things, the government under the leadership of our minister, Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Endowments. We are spearheading under this, under the identity, as you have seen, that it is Deccan Woods and Trails. Already I have seen that I&PR and Vikarabad also. New ecotourism projects are also under pipeline at various places, that is the backwaters of Sri Ram Sagar project, Tadvai and Pakal, that is in Mulgu districts. We are also coming up with guided forest treks, which will soon be introduced with an app for online booking, offering safe, curated access to wilderness areas while promoting conservation awareness. So this also will be shortly will be coming up. We are also empowering the local youth. As you have seen in case of Amrabad Tiger Reserve, we have engaged the local youth, that is the tribes, the local tribes of the Chenchus. We have already the earlier from the Forest Department also, they have provided the hospitality training. Further, we have honed their skills also. And we are also giving naturalist certification course also we are giving them. All these activities we are taking up to ensure that we go ahead and ensure that we are one of the best in the country in case of ecotourism or that way. So we are doing our very best, and we will definitely, by 2047, we will be the first in the country. Before that only, because after 5 years, next 5 years and next 5 years, we will be somewhere above 5, I can guarantee you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That means that the government of Telangana, under the leadership of our Honorable Minister, Mrs. Konda Sureka Garu, have drawn up plans for the next 5, 10 and 15 years. In non-forest areas, the ecotourism activity is being taken up. That's what I understand. And also,
add to this also, I will not take much of your time, but in case of the non-forest forest areas, the private parties can come and invest also. But in case of the forest areas, because within the ambit of the certain rules, that the FCA rules are there, we have to follow either it is the Forest Department or it is the Forest Development Corporation which has to implement that. Thank you.
thank you. Ma'am, now I move on to the next speaker, next panelist, Mr. Ramdev Rao, who is a very nature enthusiast, a very big nature enthusiast. Started his business in inflatables. You know, most of you know the inflatables. And throughout this country, inflatable business is the market leader. And then he moved on to nature-based tourism. And can we have a video of experience before I ask questions to Mr. Ramdev Rao? It's already there. Just sent it. Okay, so I'll go on to Mr. Rao before the video is played. How did you build this 137-acre nature? It's like a huge. It matches the standards, international standards. I am told that it is creating a lot of buzz among young people, the weekend getaway. But first, we would like to listen from you. What motivated you to be investing so much in this kind of projects? And I know you are a nature lover. You develop plants, trees. You collect a lot of trees which are very old. We want to hear from you.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, actually, basically, I am a plant lover, and I studied fine arts. I used to have a export-oriented company. I traveled 85 countries across the world. And 25 years back, I visited one garden by name Nangluch Garden in Thailand. After seeing that, I didn't got sleep for 10 days. Then that time only I decided to make something in my lifetime. And actually, before COVID, after COVID, everyone started about health and health consciousness and spending time for holidays and all. And by seeing this kind of opportunity, not only that, actually, if anyone can live without water 7 days and without food 35 days, but no one can live 2 minutes without oxygen. Actually, nowadays, no one realizing this about greenery and about environment, and that's what I want to initiate to do this kind of thing. Everyone should plant one tree at least for that purpose. Actually, I made this garden and imported trees from around 85 countries, thousands of trees. Also curated, being an artist, I made around 600 sculptures and eco resort. I think there is a big potentiality for tourism for Telangana state. This Hyderabad is centrally located and same distance from Mumbai, Chennai and Bangalore. And we have a very great project by Ramajirao Garu. Actually, that kind of things, that's what, sir, what he said. And if anyone want to a wholesale market, they have to go to Begum Bazaar. Like that, we have to have several things, tourist-related projects in Hyderabad, and we can attract tourists from all over India, not only all over India, from international tourists also. Recently in Spain, people agitated not to get tourists because of tourists flooding to the Spain and European countries. And I've been to USA around 1993, and people used to ask me, you are from which country? I used to tell I'm from India. People used to, oh, where is India? Like that. And after 2000, same people asked me, if you are from which country? They used to tell, wow, it's a brainy country. India is a brainy people. That's what nowadays, actually Europe and other developed countries people, after retirement, they plan go around the world. Actually, that time they not used to keep in their bucket list India, but now everyone keeping India in their traveling bucket list. That's what we have to utilize this kind of opportunities and to attract international tourists. One tourist will generate around 5 people employment. That is actually our Chief Minister and our Minister dream to get 3 trillion by 2047. But tourism can make a big role in that. Actually, without big investments, small ideas, small things can attract tourism, and tourism can give a big employment opportunity.
Thank you, Ramdev Rao Garu. I now move on to, again, Prabhat ji, last round of questions, and then we will request honorable ministers. There's a new concept developing around the world called LEAP, leisure tourism, entertainment, adventure, and personal tourism. One of these you can pick up and then speak about.
You know, Professor, it's a combination of all together these days. There's nothing called work alone these days, and that's the beauty of tourism. Because of the interconnected way that we operate, and there is this IT solutions everywhere, especially in this great city and the state, there's staycation or pleasure, they call business and leisure together. Also the part that world is one now, And the intergenerational set of people with the children in US or Singapore or Bombay, Mumbai or in Hyderabad, or the way they connect once or twice in a year is also a great way to work and also be together as family. So that's something which is catching on, and it will always be there. You know, gone are the days when we used to plan for a holiday once in 6 months or once a year. I remember my father would get his privileged leave, and we will get those to travel around. Today, the kind of work and the ways of the world is such that you may need a weekly break. You may need once a month break. And that's why with multiple touristic opportunity available in this great state, you are able to do a fine job of it. One more point that I want to add on in the vision of the Chief Minister, one room adds to nearly 10 jobs in hospitality. And that's the reason why as many more investments that can come in, the youth of today, employability and at all strata of society, semi-skilled, fully skilled, the hospitality industry welcomes everybody. And then there is a growth that can come by. Important aspect of what hospitality teaches to society is discipline. And when it comes across that the same colleague of ours goes back to his home or her home, the whole society also develops in that kind of genre for tomorrow. So we are part of a great fraternity of hospitality, and as Indian Hotels Company Limited, we are committed to the growth of Telangana. As many corridors of skill development or hospitality ventures, we'll be love to participate, sir.
Thank you. I'll take it from there. And then just to add that the state has a very big National Institute for Tourism and Hospitality Management. I'm director now. Our Honorable Minister will throw more light on skill building. Now I move on to Ramoji Films, Mr. Ravi Rao. ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో చాలా మంది పిలిగ్రిమేజ్ టూరిజం కూడా చేస్తున్నారు. అంటే అడ్వెంచర్, పిలిగ్రిమేజ్, ఆల్సో లెజర్ టూరిజం ఇట్లాంటివి. Ramoji Film City, what is the approach or what is the strategy for the next 5 years or 10 years? Inka meedana suggestions unte kuda you can always give.
Yeah, so basically Ramoji Film City, our core experience is magic of cinema. That actually attracts tourists, and since we have, as you know, Ramoji Film City is the world's largest. Lots of pan-India, so-called pan-India films are produced there. So that creates interest for people to come and experience. Apart from that, we, Ramoji Group, as a future projects, there are several projects group is planning. In the last 2 months ago, we have signed up an agreement also, some kind of an understanding. So our DPR is in progress. We are, water park is one. There are several projects. It's too early to comment, but holistic experiences. Cinema is one aspect. Adventure, already we have adventure. We would like to go to the next level. Adventure, ecotourism, medical tourism, wellness tourism. Wellness tourism is another area where our group is seriously considering. So all these experiences within a vicinity would only encourage the tourist to look at Hyderabad in a much more newer perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, last question to you, or last request is, how do you want to package this hyper-local tourism? Today, a lot of youngsters want to go to the nature, Amrabad or any other locations. What is the strategy of the government? Is there any planning to tell the college students or professionals? We have a lot of hospitality management professionals here. Also, weekend IT, life sciences, pharma. How do you project nature-based tourism?
Now, everyone is interested in the nature-based tourism, and we are promoting it. We are using all social media for promotion of our ecotourism products, which are available right now. We are using all the social media platforms, basically, whether it is Instagram or whether it is, and it is not in silos we are working. We have to work with the tourism department also. So that also we will be doing it. And we are developing in a phase-wise manner. So additional ecotourism destinations are also being proposed, which I have already mentioned it. And Hyderabad being the IT hub, and a lot of youngsters or ZZen, they would like to go for a weekend destination. So we are developing a lot of ecotourism sites, which will be just 2 hours or 1.5 hour drive from the Hyderabad city, so that they can, it will provide solace to not only to the soul, but also to the mind and body. It can relax. So ecotourism provides it all. It is a meditation, I can say. It will be very, they will really enjoy and experience being in the midst of the forest, in the midst of the nature. So the government is making all out efforts, and we will definitely ensure that there will be further activities in case of ecotourism. There is another one which is already the forest department is also coming up in case of Masjid Gadda, which is just next to airport, behind the airport. So that will also be there shortly. So there will be lot of getaways, weekend getaways for the IT people also, and the youngsters.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Sri Ramdev Rao Garu. Last point, how are you promoting event-based tourism, and then the video about the experience we can see. Can you play the video once? Just a film about. Thank you. For all the panelists, had a wonderful discussion. We covered art, culture, history. Further, we'll cover temple tourism, leisure, adventure, and lake tourism also is coming up. And of course, culinary and many more. There are 35 varieties of kind of possible areas in tourism, and much more are expanding. ఇప్పుడు మన గౌరవ మంత్రివర్యులు జూపల్లి కృష్ణారావు గారు టూరిజం అండ్ ఎక్సైజ్, అలాగే మన మంత్రివర్యులు శ్రీమతి కొండా సురేఖ గారు will talk about endowments or the temple related tourism in case the audience has any suggestions. But I pass on to our Honorable Minister to speak and give his message to the audience.
First of all, good morning to you all and all the participants in this panel discussion today. My colleague Minister Srimati Konda Surekha Garu and our MD Kranti Garu and my other Director Nidim Sri Venkatamana Garu and the experienced Chairman Ramdev Garu, Vice President Indian Hotels Company Limited Sri Prabhat Verma Garu and Vice President Ramoji Film City A.V. Rao Garu and Sunita Garu, Additional Principal CCM. I am so happy to be here with you all, and also I am very happy and also thankful to our Honorable Chief Minister in conducting this global event, global summit, for achieving 3 trillion economy by 2047, when India got, by the time India got 100 years independence. The very purpose of conducting this event is for making 3 trillion economy. It is the duty of our government, responsible government. The purpose is why should we attain 3 trillion economy? That is for the betterment of the people, Many people sacrificed for achieving Telangana with an intention for the betterment of the all sections of the society. So, to fulfill their dreams, so we have to improve our economy. Though it may appear a big task, but still nothing is impossible in this world for a willing mind. So our government under the leadership of Sri Revanth Reddy Garu has taken up this event. We are so confident we will achieve it. And in the process, in achieving this goal, tourism department also plays a key role. Most of you might be aware, few of the countries globally, especially in the Middle East and the Asian countries, they don't have any other resources other than sea. But still they could achieve now their purchasing per capita income is much, much higher than most of the countries. So we are lagging behind, not only Telangana, in the entire country. It is a most neglected sector. Now, our government, our Chief Minister, focusing on this tourism. Definitely, first of all, I once again thank the participant because your contribution also is there. There are many, we did not create basically for attracting tourism. We have many wonderful structures, forts, monuments, temples, and scenic beauty. So like that, there are many. We have to attract people, means like any other industrialist. If they spend 100 rupees for producing a product, they will be spending 200 rupees for its marketing. So we have a population of almost 140 crore, 14 billion population, 140 crore, 1.4 billion. And Telangana we have about 4 crore population. Most of the people doesn't know we have so much of our heritage, our monuments, our culture. We have to propagate. We have to inculcate the habit of going and visiting the places. It's not just for the fun sake alone, that also changes their mindset and improves the culture. So in the process, now, and the economic impact and employment. And my appeal to all the citizens of the state and also the country, visiting the places. If you take in Europe and the advanced countries, they spend at least 2 days. 2 days they go to visit places, 2 days they spend for tourism. Whereas in our places, normally we don't even, though we have got a lot of time, they spend mostly on the digital and WhatsApps and like that. See, that's the reason. Now, once again, I thank our Honorable Chief Minister for providing free buses to women. Mahilalaku free bus, Uchita bus. So, వాళ్ళను కూడా టెంపుల్స్కే కాదు, we have to take them to the tourism places also. See, it is an opportunity. Life is only one. I don't believe in rebirth. We can't build such monuments, such structures, such temples. Everyone has to visit and see. So we have to, in addition to providing or the, what you call, creating infrastructure, and basically the basic necessities. I'm sorry to say, basically, if a tourist, they wants to go a certain place, they can't stay for more, they have to go in the morning, they have to come back in the evening. There are no, what you call, accommodation. There are no basic necessities. So we have to provide. So in this aspect, my request with the hoteliers, what you call, along with building 5-star hotels, let us think of the middlemen. You can also go for the different types of accommodations, even the portable ones, which are mostly available even in most of the countries, so that any tourist can stay for 2 or 3 days. They can spend leisure time and visiting. For all the tourists, whatever the money you spend, that also generates employment. As our friend said, if you build one room, hotel room, that provides employment for 10 unemployed youth. It also provides self-employment also. So we have to create this kind of facilities, and also roadside amenities. If you go to the foreign countries, all along the roads, you will find lot of places where. So similarly, we're also planning now. Recently, we constituted a advisory board for promotion of tourism, and also for culture, and also for restoring culture also, with all the literates and also the other people. So tourism serves as a passport to showcase Telangana's culture to the world. And our tourism department, tourism has to contribute by 2047, the tourism contribution should be around 10% of the GDP, gross domestic product. Now it is very negligible percentage. So in future, definitely this sector contributes a lot, and what we are expecting, the investments for the private sector. Recently, we have came out with a tourism policy in which we are also providing lot of incentives in different ways. It is an opportunity for the investors also. They can grab this opportunity. And the tourism department has got lot of properties which are lying idle also. So in proportion to its value, we wanted to generate revenue and providing facilities for the tourists. I think I need not specify about the ancient places, heritage, right from Shatavahanas to Kakatiyas. But 2000 history is there. So lot of, and Telangana heritage is very much unique, and its architectural fusion, like Qutub Shahi, Kakatiya sculptures, there are many. And also, this vibrant festivals are there, and arts and crafts. And this also helps the handicrafts people who are doing this small business. That also helps for them, for their product. And Telanganans are very kind-hearted and straightforward, and value empathy and truth, as expressed by our poet Potana. So there are a lot of things. My request with you all, with this event, the message has to go throughout the state, throughout the country, and also globally. And let us create infrastructure on par with international standards, and also for the middle class and lower class people. And the coming few days, what you have seen all these decades earlier was different, and now what you are going to see in future is going to be totally different. Definitely, to fulfill the what you call aspirations of the people, we are going to promote tourism, and also recently we launched a website in which the hassle-free, one need not ask for anything, whether it is transport or accommodation or even the safety-wise. So we are also coming out with all the details, all in one sort of thing. And with this, I thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
May I request Honorable Minister for Forest Endowment and ఏమైనా వ్యూస్ చెప్తారా మీరేమన్నా
Respected dignitaries, distinguished delegates, esteemed investors, industry leaders, innovators, media people, and friends, I am delighted to join you all today at this prestigious global summit. I extended my warm greetings to everyone present on the dais and off the dais, and to all our international and national partners who have gathered here with a shared vision for progress. Telangana stands today as one of India's most dynamic, forward-looking and investment-friendly states. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, we are committed to building a future that is sustainable, inclusive, and globally competitive. There is a beautiful saying in our tradition, Vriksho Rakshita Rakshitaha. It reminds us when we protect trees, trees protect us. This is more than slogan, it is a way of life. It teaches us that the future of humanity and the future of our planet are deeply connected to our forests and green spaces. The government of Telangana is committed to expand greenery and tackling the challenges of climate change. Telangana has a total area of 1,12,077 square kilometers. Out of this, around 21,179 square kilometers is forest land, which is nearly 19% of the state's area. When we add trees covered outside forests, our total green cover reaches 22%. This reflects the continuous efforts of the state to increase and preserve green spaces. We are also promoting responsible ecotourism that protects nature while supporting the livelihood of local communities. Telangana is naturally blessed with rivers, lakes, grasslands, wildlife sanctuaries, and well-known tiger reserves like Amrabad and Kaval. Our protected forest areas spread over 7,200 square kilometers offer tremendous potential for ecotourism initiatives. To utilize this potential, the government has introduced an ecotourism framework under the Tourism Policy 2025-30. with the Telangana Forest Development Corporation as the nodal agency. Our guiding principle is very simple: less structure, more experiences. This means visitors should enjoy nature and wildlife without disturbing the environment. We encouraging private participation, creating jobs, providing trainings, and building hospitality skills in rural areas so that ecotourism becomes an engine of inclusive development. Today, Telangana has 13 ecotourism circuits and places of heritage and spirituality like Ramappa and Sri Shailam are being connected with nature-based tourism. We have launched a new ecotourism brand called Deccan Wood and Tales. I am happy to share that tiger numbers in Amrabad Tiger Reserve have grown significantly, reaching 36 in 2024. This is a proud achievement for our forest and wildlife protection teams. New destinations like Nandipet, Tadwai and Pakal are being developed with guided forest treks and improved visitor facilities. A dedicated online booking app is also being planned to enhance tourist experience. Through such initiatives, the state is moving towards its goal of achievement net zero emission by 2047. Friends, apart from forest and environment, I am holding the charge of endowment department. Our department is responsible for more than 12,000 temples in Telangana. Out of these, around 695 temples generate income and over 3,500 temples operate through their own land revenues. The government is currently providing financial support to more than 6,400 temples that lack resources for even basic daily rituals. To promote Vedic education, we are running institutions that teach Veda, Agama, Sanskrit and traditional arts. We are also allocating funds through Common Good Fund, that is CGF, for temple renovation and constructions, especially in tribal and backward areas. We are extending support to priests and temple workers who are financially vulnerable. Through the Priest Welfare Fund, we are helping them with education, healthcare, housing, marriage assistance and retirement benefits. Telangana is a land of rich culture and living traditions. I am happy to say that Batukamma has been officially recognized as the state festival. We are also taking strong measure for the development of Sammaka Sarlamma Medaram Jatara, one of the largest tribal fairs in the country. Permanent infrastructure works are underway to support the growing number of devotees from multiple states. We successfully conducted Saraswati Pushkaralu 2025 with the participation of nearly 30 lakh devotees. We have started early planning for Godavari Pushkaralu, which are going to come on 2027, to ensure a smooth and safe experience for pilgrims. Going forward, we aim to develop temple tourism through 4 major circuits connecting historic and mythological temples with culture and heritage. Our vision includes iconic temples such as Jogulamba, Manyamkonda, Vikarabad, Anantagiri, Yadagiri Gutta, Ramappa, Bhadrachalam, Vemulavada, Medaram, Basara, and many others. Keeping Vision 2047 in mind, master plans are being prepared to improve facilities, boost tourism, and preserve our spiritual heritage for future generation. Before I conclude, I want to say that our efforts in forest environment, ecotourism, and temple development are not merely administrative programs. They are investments in people, culture, biodiversity, and sustainable growth. I thank the organizers, participating institutions, entrepreneurs, and all distinguished guests for making this summit meaningful and impactful. Together, let us build a greener, stronger, and globally connected Telangana. Thank you all your support. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your very elaborate, very wonderful address. May I now, before we conclude, request Mrs. Kranti, Managing Director, Telangana Tourism Development Corporation, to highlight some of the initiatives and probably some responses from the audience who comprise of a very diverse professionals from different fields, madam. I pass it on to you.
So in order to achieve the policy initiatives and the Vision 2047 targets, so from Tourism Department, we are working on 3-4 main initiatives. One is experiential tourism. So we have taken up around 10 tourism clusters where master plans are being developed, and any tourist who goes to this tourist destination will be given 10 to 15 unique activities which the tourist can take up. For example, if someone is visiting Nirmal district, so they will be able to view the waterfalls in the nearby Adilabad district like Kuntala, Pochera, do jungle safari near Jannaram, and do boating at Kadem, and spend time with the local artisans of Nirmal who are doing beautiful handicrafts and paintings, and taste the local delicacies of the district, and visit Basara temple. So all the main attractions which are within 100 kilometers of the tourist destination, we are going to develop master plans, and so that every tourist will have these unique experiences, and we are going to market it and promote it together. In this, the local handicrafts, handlooms, culinary, all aspects we are looking at, so that a comprehensive development of the area is taken up. And these master plans will be in place for the upcoming 10 to 15 years. And while doing so, we'll also identify projects, shelf of projects for future tourism development. So what are new tourism infrastructure can come up in these areas to attract more tourists. And these shelf of projects will be also opened up for investors who can come and provide unique tourism opportunities. Along with this, we are also working on 4 new age tourism products. One is MICE 2.0. Already Hyderabad is an established MICE hub. Along with that, we are going to develop further convention centers capacity along with the entire ecosystem of having sufficient number of budget hotels, 4-star and 5-star hotels, so that Hyderabad is the most preferred MICE destination at global level. Along with that, medical tourism, we are forming a medical tourism society which will help in branding the medical infrastructure present in Hyderabad at international level, and also liaison with Ministry of External Affairs, Corporate Affairs, Civil Aviation, to have better airline connectivity and process the visa issues, so that even we can attract medical value tourists also to Hyderabad. And then we are working on film in Telangana and wedding tourism, because as I said, Telangana has everything to offer, from heritage to nature to wildlife to water bodies, etc. So it holds huge promise for these 2 tourism initiatives. So to sum it up, we are also offering custom tours, because many national, international tourists who are coming, we would like to customize the itinerary based on the individual preferences. So if any tourist is coming and if they would like to select the destinations and select the hotel of their choice, vehicle of their choice, if they would like to opt for guides or language interpreters, so from the corporation, TGTDC itself will be offering the entire customized itinerary along with guides who will go around and give a comfortable stay to the tourists. So these are some of the new initiatives which we are working on, and we look forward to collaboration with industry and hospitality industry also to help us to promote the Telangana tourism at national and international level. Thank you. We can, I think, do question and answer.
Because transport and we cannot.
Good morning. As an outdoorsy, I request both the departments to develop camping sites in Telangana with the best infrastructure and amenities in possible areas. Revenue for both departments. And for the forest department, thank you for conducting the birdwalk festivals in northern Telangana. Koval Tiger Reserve is laid over 5 lakh acres. And
can you just be very crisp? Because we don't have much. What is your question to? And whom is it?
In Kagas Nagar area, lakes and dense forest is available. And in northern Telangana, please spread your wings for the tourist department and forest department. Ecotourism will do well because the decentralization of the both departments will increase the revenue. And every time everyone is focusing only centralized by Hyderabad and only what Ahmedabad and Anantagiri.
Sorry. So that means an integration between tourism and forest departments and also beyond Hyderabad. You want to take it?
Yes.
Right.
See, as you said, both with the tourism department and the forest department, both together, whoever the tourist comes there, we're trying to provide the facilities and also even we're trying to create for the stay for 2 or 3 days, even wherever the water ponds or water the bodies are there, we are going to promote what we call water sports, and wherever the tigers are there, we are trying to providing water safaris in different places. Now I think there are only 2-3 places. We are going to trying to extend also. And as I said, what you have seen is different. What you are going to see shortly, we are trying to care every part, and including providing the basic necessities also. And whoever comes there, if not permanent structure, we are trying to provide temporary structures also for their stay, and also the security, and also whatever the tourism places we have selected, 27 places, out of which the prime places, we are also trying to provide a platform for performing cultural activities in different art forms. They are also have to get some income. So now they're struggling for their survival. We're also providing that facility also that helps both for them and also for attracting tourists. Thank you.
మేము టెంపుల్ టూరిజం కానీ ఇకో టూరిజం కానీ చేయడానికి చాలా స్పాట్స్ మా దగ్గర ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి ఉన్నాము. దాంతోపాటుగా టూరిజంను కూడా కలుపుకొని 3 కూడా కలిపి మేము ఒక సర్క్యూట్ టైప్లో డెవలప్ చేయాలనేది మా యొక్క ఆలోచన. ప్లేసెస్ ఉన్నాయి కానీ మేము పీపీపీ మోడ్లో పోవాలనేది మా యొక్క ఆలోచన. ఎందుకంటే గవర్నమెంట్ టేకప్ చేస్తే మెయింటెనెన్స్లో కొంత ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది. ఎవరైనా విజిటర్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు మనకు మెయింటెనెన్స్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ అనేవి చాలా ముఖ్యం. వాళ్ళు చాలా బాగా మెయింటైన్ చేస్తారు, అప్పుడు విజిటర్స్ ఎక్కువగా వచ్చేటువంటి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అదేవిధంగా మాకు టెంపుల్స్కు కూడా త్రూ అవుట్ తెలంగాణ నూక్ అండ్ కార్నర్ విలేజ్లో కూడా మాకు ల్యాండ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఆ ల్యాండ్స్లో కూడా మీరు ఏదైతే పెట్టాలనుకుంటారో, మీరు వచ్చి ఆ ల్యాండ్ దేనికి సూటబుల్ అనుకుంటారో ఆ సూటబుల్ ఉన్నదానికి మీరు అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టుకుంటే మేము దాన్ని కూడా లీజుకి ఇస్తాం. మీకు లీజుకి ఇస్తే మీరు అక్కడ ఏదంటే అది కూడా మీరు పెట్టుకోవడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. మరి మాకు ఫారెస్ట్ పెరిఫెరల్ ఏరియా ఏదైతే కొంతవరకు మాకు ఉంటుందో అక్కడ కూడా మేము ఈ యొక్క ఇకో టూరిజం డెవలప్ చేస్తూ అక్కడ లోకల్లో ట్రైబల్స్ ఏవైతే హ్యాండీక్రాఫ్ట్స్ అట్లాంటివి తయారు చేస్తారో వాళ్ళతోటే షాప్స్ పెట్టించి అక్కడ ఇన్కమ్ వాళ్ళే తీసుకునే విధంగా తప్పకుండా రావచ్చు, మా అఫీషియల్స్ని కలవచ్చు. మీకు ఎక్కడ కావాలంటే అక్కడ, మీకు ఎలాంటి ఫెసిలిటీస్ కావాలంటే అలాంటి ఫెసిలిటీస్ సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాయి.
Thank you. Ministers, we conclude this session. But కొంతమంది ఇంకా ఏమైనా questions? Minister, in case appointment is given, ఒక 2-3 minutes కొంతమంది కలుస్తా అంటున్నారు సార్ సెషన్, ఆర్ ఒక్క తీసుకోమంటారు. ఓకే, క్విక్లీ.
Minister, Secretary, we represent a group of almost 200 physicians, mostly US. So we are sending patients to different places of India, and we also come here. So we run a tech platform where we almost get every day 1,000 leads to come to India for the treatments. So most of them are outside Hyderabad. So we want some specific, I would say, liaising or a specific cell from the tourism department too, in addition to the health one. So we can redirect, and then they can probably consider Hyderabad as one of the destinations for the medical and also for the wellness and the other things.
Okay. Thank you. I think basically you're looking at medical. Last of the session, and I request Honorable.
Yeah, as you suggested, to overcome that problem for any medical purpose, medical tourists, will create a platform. Okay, we'll create a platform, we'll publicize it so that all the through a platform, by a website, we'll create a cell for that with a small group of people to take care of only the medical tourism people and also the others, whoever the farm sector, whatever is there. We'll take care. Suggestion. Welcome your suggestion.
We end this session, and thank you all of you for your wonderful inputs. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers for illuminating Telangana's tourism story with such richness and depth. So may I request Ms. Kranti to present the mementos. These are also the Pochampalli shawls. Please put your hands together for all the speakers for giving us the insight on the heritage, creativity, and the sustainable planning coming together to shape vibrant destinations. Thank you so much to Garu and also Sureka Garu. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next session will start immediately. The shawls have geographic indicators with them that shows that they've been directly from the weavers and directly from Pochampalli. The mask artwork of Cheriala. The second day today, with the second session will be starting within a few minutes. The Telangana Rising Global Summit here at the hall number 3. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
I thank Honorable Ministers, Shri Jupalli Krishnarao Garu and Srimati Konda Sureka Garu, Sunita Bhagwat ma'am, Director Nitim and the esteemed panelists and all the delegates who are present here for attending the panel discussion. I also thank the media who are present here and also the agency who has assisted us in conducting the panel discussion. Thank you one and all. I also thank the MC.
The next session is based on the Connected Telangana, Integrated Transport and Urban-Rural Connectivity. May I request the members and all the delegates from the Roads and Buildings Department, the officials, to please come inside the hall. Please be seated and please keep the phone on silent. Thank you. May the members from the Roads and Buildings, volunteers from on behalf of Professor Dr. Sanjay Gupta, anybody from the department to please come over to the dais to start the next session. Yeah, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Sagar Deshmukh from the R&B, who is just going to start this session now and moving on to him.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, fine, sir. Hello. Good afternoon. Everybody is settling. one request, we can switch off our mobile phones, or rather we can go with silent mode. Thank you. Wonderful afternoon to all of you. We are here in hall number 3 of Bharat Future City for our Telangana 2047 Global Summit. Welcome to all of you. On behalf of Roads and Buildings Department and HMDA, we are here with august presence of our Honorable Minister Sir and other dignitaries. Our today's session, we will have the theme of Connected Telangana, Integrated Transport and Urban-Rural Connectivity. It is jointly hosted by R&D and HMD. Before we embark on futuristic pondering journey, we will invite our dignitaries on the stage and we start our today's session. It's our privilege to have all visionary dignitaries today. It's my duty to invite them to dais one by one. Please have a big round of applause in welcoming our Honorable Minister Sir, Shri Komati Reddy Venkat Reddy, Minister of R&B and Cinematography, Government of Telangana. While Honorable Minister Sir has kindly graced the dais, I would like to request Engineering Chief Sir, J. Mohan Nayak Sir, to greet Minister Sir by giving a flower bouquet. Right, sir. Next, I have to invite respectfully the Special Chief Secretary, Transport and R&B, Shri Vikas Raj Sir, Government of Telangana.
Okay, bhai. Nagalakshmi.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Requesting Miss Nagalakshmi to come on the stage and greet Special Chief Secretary, sir. Next, I have to invite our dignitary, Shri Sarfaraj Ahmed Sir, MC HMDA. Requesting Anuradha Madam to come up to the stage and greet Sarfaraj Ahmed Sir. Now this is time to invite our Engineering Chief Sir, Shri J. Mohan Nayak Sir, R&B Government of Telangana. Madam Anuradha, please come up and greet Engineering Chief Sir. Next, we have for today's panel discussion a learned moderator, requesting Professor Dr. Sanjay Gupta from School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, to please come on the dais and complete the dignitaries list. Requesting Madam Shehnaz to come up to greet Dr. Gupta, sir. Right, sir. Now we have all our dignitaries on dais. and it's time to begin our today's session. With all this business in mind, this is time to have opening address for today's session, and I'm requesting Shri Sarfaraj Ahmed Sir, MC HMDA, to set the tone for the today's session. Sarfaraj Ahmed Sir, please. Taking away my things.
Honorable Minister, Roads and Buildings, Shri Komatreddy Venkatreddy Garu, respected Special Chief Secretary, Transport, Roads and Buildings, Shri Vikas Raj Sir, Engineering Chief, R&B, Shri Mohan Naik Sahab, distinguished panel members and guests and colleagues. It is my privilege here to stand before this gathering of visionaries and innovators who will help shape the future of the state of Telangana. Today, as we reflect on our aspirations for the Telangana Rising Vision 2047, we are not merely discussing infrastructure. We are defining the pathways that will carry our people, our economy, and the collective ambitions of growth into a new era of growth. Hyderabad's, it is pertinent for me to mention that Hyderabad's story over the last decade has been nothing short of remarkable. A city expanding in population, in mobility demand, and in opportunity. But the important point is that the next chapter is something which is much more profound. We are attempting to reimagine mobility itself, not as roads and rails laid in isolation, but as living, breathing ecosystems that unite people, strengthen communities, and accelerate prosperity across every corner of the metropolitan region. At HMDA, we are envisioning mobility not just as movement, but as a promise of access, a promise of inclusion, a promise of possibility, and a promise of possibility. To translate this promise into action, we have launched 3 foundational studies: the Economic Development Plan, the Comprehensive Mobility Plan, and the Blue-Green Master Plan, which together form the blueprint of our journey to 2047. The fundamental insight of the planning exercise is that Hyderabad's future will be defined by the strength of its regional connectivity. The city took up the HCT program to expand the network of our radial roads leading up to the outer ring road. Now, the city is envisioning to take up a regional ring road, which will be another movement artery across in the region. So the regional ring road will be connecting mandals, municipalities and rural settlements into a cohesive, thriving whole. As I stand today, I want to highlight a transformative idea that will shape the growth of Hyderabad for the future generations. The regional ring road, combined with the regional ring rail that has been envisioned, will become a transport spine for the future metropolitan region. The outer ring road and the regional ring road will be linked through a series of greenfield and brownfield radial corridors. These will not be simple roads. These roads are being designed as integrated mobility corridors, embedding a dedicated rail alignment along with the roadway. This allows us to build a new regional rail grid, a powerful, efficient and sustainable network that connects every direction of our metropolitan area. And this vision does not stop at the boundaries of this region. These rail corridors can subsequently extend outwards, reaching major cities across Telangana, stitching together large parts of the state with Hyderabad through a seamless, multimodal and future-ready transport system. The integrated road-rail backbone has the power to disperse growth, elevate rural and peri-urban economies, and ensure that prosperity is shared and not concentrated. This is the Hyderabad for tomorrow, connected, cohesive, and comprehensive on a global scale, and competitive on a global scale. Our partnership with transport agencies, the Metro Rail, the metro extensions, the the MMTS, the TSRTC and the feeder systems aim to give every citizen a journey that is predictable, safe and efficient. Mobility should not be a daily struggle, it should be an enabler. We are embracing transit-oriented development, climate-responsive solutions, intelligent traffic systems and digital platforms to ensure that sustainability becomes the second nature of how the city moves. True development is not defined by skyscrapers or expressways alone. It is defined by how far opportunities travel. Our focus on strengthening connectivity to economic hubs, logistic nodes, agriculture markets, educational institutions, and healthcare networks ensures that the growth flows outward, touching villages, mandals, and cities with equal strength. I agree that there are challenges to this innovation, but we have always seen challenges as gateways to innovation and not barriers to progress. Hyderabad's mobility will be shaped by not a single agency but by all of us. Government, industry, academia, communities, we must move forward with a shared purpose. As we look forward, as we look towards 2047, we envision a metropolitan region that is resilient in its systems, inclusive in its growth, world-class in its infrastructure. Today, I invite every expert, every delegate, every partner present here to join us in this mission, not just with ideas, but with imagination, not just with technology, but with determination. Let us combine our strengths, our insights, and our aspirations to build a mobility ecosystem that becomes a model for the nation. Together, let us create a connected Telangana that moves confidently towards the future and carries every citizen forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MC sir, for wonderful opening. Certainly it will add to our participants to have more connect on theme of the session. All. Everybody, no? Yeah. It is advised like we have to have all our expert panelists on dais along with Honorable Minister sir and Special Chief Secretary sir. I am requesting one by one the today's experts and panelists. Dr. M. Fani Raju, requesting you to be on stage. He is Managing Director of Lee Associates South Asia Private Limited. We have Dr. Manoranjan Parida. Somehow he was not able to make it because of airline crisis, but he is available online. We will connect with sir. Next we have Mr. Next, we have Mr. Hari Bhaskar sir. He is coming from Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, headquartered in China, and sir has kindly reached us from his office in Abu Dhabi. Hari Bhaskar sir, please. And we are greeting sir with flower bouquet, token of our love. Next, quickly, I have to invite another expert, Mr. Rahul Gupta, who is Additional DG at MORTH and Secretary General of Indian Roads Congress. Rahul Gupta, sir, please. Shweta madam is coming to greet Rahul Gupta, sir, to grace the occasion. Our next expert panelist is Mr. Chetan Patel, who is CEO of Texture from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Chetan Patel, sir, please come on the dais. Yashaswini Madam will greet Mr. Chetan Patel. And we have Mr. Srinivas Ganji, who is director at Arcadis, Hyderabad. He has promised to deal on number of important aspects, and today he is here. Rajeshwari Madam, please come and present flower bouquet to Srinivas sir. Right, sir. We will proceed with our agenda. Having like opening address by MC sir. Now this end is happy to call upon Shri Vikas Raj sir, Special Chief Secretary Transport and R&BD, Government of Telangana, to have his inaugural address. Vikas Raj sir, please.
Thank you. Can I have the PPT? That's the PPT, all right. A very good morning. I think it's afternoon. Very good afternoon to all of you. I'll just give a brief presentation on what's already happening in the state. Of course, Honorable Minister Sir is there. He will be telling you about the vision of the state. Very few minutes back, about half an hour back, the road policy of the state was unveiled by the Honorable CM and the Honorable Minister. So of course we will be giving a copy of that to you also. So this is a brief map of what is exactly that we are planning, what exactly the state looks like presently. So of course the Hyderabad, as you know, is basically where most of the GDP is generated, but of course our idea is basically to the extent possible expand it so that the urban rural divide is bridged to a large extent. So this is the vision of the Honorable CM and the Honorable Minister Sir. So basically the urban, core urban region is there, and then the peri-urban area is there, and then of course the rest of the state is there, which is predominantly agrarian. So how to basically take these three parts, the core urban, which is basically the tertiary sector, mostly the services sector, etc., and the peri-urban area where the manufacturing, etc., is already there, and we are trying to bring more of it there, and then the rest of the area is basically where the agrarian part is there, plus of course mining, etc., basically the primary sector. R&B department, of course, we do primarily the roads and the buildings for the government. Private buildings, of course, is regulated by HMDA and the Municipal Administration Department. We have taken up various projects basically to integrate the entire state as a single entity. Of course, depending upon the cost of the land and the connectivity, etc., as I was telling earlier, the pure and the rare, you must have already heard about it. So idea is basically how to reduce the expenditure on the transportation, how to ensure that the goods move easily. If the goods move easily, then we can have more holistic development of the entire state, and then of course thereby we will be having more industrialization and more services sector coming into the state, which ultimately will lead to more equitable development of the entire state. So in this direction, we are in the process of making a comprehensive road network master plan and identification of core road network. That's what is the plan that we have just now the plan that was just now unveiled by the Honorable CM. So in that we have, of course, given various timelines and various milestones that we want to achieve. For an example, what is the grid size that we presently have? Of course, when we see actually on the ground, the roads will not be exactly like a grid. But suppose today we have, on an average, 50 kilometer is the grid. So we want to reduce it to 30 to 35 kilometers. So that's the sort of thing. Of course, National Highway will be having a much larger grid. They may be having something like maybe 200 by 200, whereas our R&B roads will be much shorter. It should be something like, presently it might be about 50 or so. We would like it to further bring it down to 30, 35 kilometers. The idea is anybody from any place, any small habitation should be able to reach the nearest R&B road, which will by that time at least be a 2-lane road in maximum of 10 to 15, maximum 20 kilometers he should be able to reach, and from there as fast as possible he should be able to reach the present ORR. Of course, once the ORR and triple, then we will have more of people having their activity in that area itself and may not need to come to the core area. Of course, this is what is our plan, basically connectivity from the state to the district, then to the mandal, and then to every village. As I was saying, the entire thing is ultimately the roads that we are going to do is towards an end. What is that end? The end is basically to have a holistic development to promote industrial, tourism and other economic generators. So you would have probably attended some of the sessions done by Industries Department and other. Just now I think tourism was happening just before us. So similarly Sports Department will be having. So all those infrastructure, how to make it integrated so that people move easily, goods move easily, and thereby an integrated development of the state happens. These are some of the projected numbers that we have based on the grid size, based on the traffic that is likely to be generated. So we have done the projections and this is what is our plan. Of course, as we move forward, the plan will get further crystallized and further finesse will come to it. In addition to that, we also want to have a management system so that the road management, road repairs, road maintenance becomes easy and system driven rather than it being an ad hoc system which moves on a year-to-year basis depending upon various factors like budget availability, etc. So to the extent possible, have a system driven maintenance of the roads. Of course, as I said, we as a department, we have HMDA, we have GHMC, we have the rest of the area. But for the state as a whole, it is one integrated system, and to the extent possible, yesterday we had a session on transport system. So to the extent possible, what we thought there was the entire transport system, roads plus buses, RTC buses or private buses, metro rails, MRTS, all these bullet trains, now we are talking about bullet trains, all the things put together should be an seamless movement for people from their place to whatever place they want to go. So this is our integrated approach to connectivity at all levels. This summit we want basically to elicit your opinion also as to how to go about it. So in this direction, we will be having further discussions today. So that's all from me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking all the audience through precise presentation and reach out for further actions by panelists and participants. Sir, today this is really a privileged moment for all of us. We are witnessing now key release of one futuristic document. I'm happy to announce today Honorable Chief Minister in presence of Honorable Minister sir and Special Secretary, Chief Secretary sir, new policy for road sector is launched. Now Honorable Minister sir will launch our video, audio visual presentation by RNBD on this very occasion.
takes pride in its diverse culture and heritage. With a geographical span of 1,12,070 square kilometers and an economy, GSDP, valued at rupees 18 lakh crore, Telangana rapidly emerging the economic powerhouse of South India. R&B believes connectivity is fundamental for state's economic progress. Under the dynamic and visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri A. Revant Reddy and with the able guidance of Honorable Minister Sri Komati Reddy Venkat Reddy, R&B Department is transforming the state's road infrastructure by laying the foundation for the state's growth with the ambitious vision for 2034 and 2047 as envisioned by the government. Road infrastructure works worth rupees 1,03,500 crore covering 17,000 kilometers are currently underway across Telangana to transform the state's road network and embarked on many major projects. A 6-lane elevated corridor on NH 163 at Uppal is under speedy implementation under the current leadership with construction advancing rapidly. Telangana state holds Medaram Jatara as the state festival as over 1.5 crore pilgrims seek the darshan of Sri Sammaka Saralamma during Jatara. Recognizing its immense cultural and spiritual importance, the Honorable Chief Minister has prioritized the temple's redevelopment and rejuvenation, along with the improvement of connecting roads with an investment of rupees 250 crore. These efforts aim to elevate the Jatara into a world-class tribal heritage and pilgrimage center. Building on past initiatives in healthcare infrastructure, the government has accelerated execution across the state. A 23-story Warangal super specialty hospital with 2,000 beds and 34 departments is under implementation with an investment of rupees 1,371 crore. 3 1,000-bed TIMS hospitals at Alwal, Sanat Nagar and LB Nagar are being built with over rupees 2,900 crore and the 14-story 2,020-bed NIMS extension. The government has also fast-tracked the rupees 2,700 crore upgrade of Osmania General Hospital, featuring a new 12-story 2,000-bed facility. Together, these landmark projects are not just hospitals. They represent accessible health care for its citizens. The new High Court building complex at Rajendra Nagar is being built at a cost of rupees 2,583 crore, reflecting the state's commitment to justice and good governance. Designed as a world-class judicial facility to ensure efficient delivery of justice. Some of the major flagship projects contemplated by the state include HAM. Under innovative road financing, the government has taken up roads extending over a length of 12,000 kilometers under HAM to address several issues of legacy of neglect. Regional Ring Road of 362 kilometers is a game changer for seamless connectivity of Hyderabad's periphery, which has gained momentum in implementation recently. Radial roads are taken up for implementation for enhancing mobility and connectivity, and these include 41.5 kilometers of Ratan Tata Road and 81 kilometers of other radial roads. The state is partnering in development of expressways. These include Hyderabad-Bangalore corridor, the 6-lane Hyderabad-Vijayawada highway, the scenic Hyderabad-Srisailam route, and the Hyderabad-Nagpur corridor, unlocking Telangana's economic potential. Another major flagship project is the 300-kilometer Hyderabad-Amravati-Machilipatnam Greenfield Expressway connecting the state of Telangana with the eastern sea coast. Srisailam, a holy place of worship, is planned to be connected by an elevated corridor of 55 kilometers by protecting wildlife and also easing access to the shrine. Along with this, a 14.5 kilometer Somasila iconic bridge featuring a 1 kilometer glass deck walkway will shorten travel between Hyderabad and Tirupati. The state is planning to develop 2 new airports at Warangal and Adilabad, along with cargo operations at Warangal to boost trade and employment. To be future ready, the state proposes to develop a regional ring rail along the regional ring road. The state believes the high-speed rail corridors connecting Hyderabad with Chennai and Bangalore will revolutionize regional travel patterns. Together, these flagship initiatives are poised to redefine Telangana's growth trajectory and significantly enhance the quality of life for every citizen. The Roads and Buildings Department remains fully committed to realizing the Honorable Chief Minister's vision and contributing to the Telangana Rising Vision 2047.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. With launch of this R&BD's Reach Out, the way things are seen for the future. Now we have this wonderful beginning of today's session, brainstorming, with opening address by MC sir and inaugural presentation by Special Chief Secretary sir. Now this is time to call upon Honorable Minister sir to grace the occasion with his keynote address. Honorable Minister sir, please.
ముందుగా అందరికీ నమస్తే తెలియజేసుకుంటూ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ టు యూ ఆల్. esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, innovators, my officers, Special Chief Secretary Vikas Raj garu, HMD Commissioner Sarfraz Ahmed garu, and dignitaries on the dais, and all my guests. Telangana is not just growing, Telangana is rising. I am honored to stand before you today at the Telangana Rising Summit, a platform that celebrates our state's determination, its progress and its future. Roads form the backbone of any progressive economy, and as we take giant leap to make Telangana 1 trillion economy, Telangana, my department is committed to connect all the mandal headquarters with a double lane road to the district headquarters, from there to state capital Hyderabad. You might ask, how is that relevant to Telangana growth story? Well, it is good. Connectivity ensures arrival of industries in rural area, acting as pull factor. As a push factor, rural labor and manforce gets access to a horizon of employment, more disposable income, leading to more revenue. Build infrastructure, build confidence is our motto. Our government, under the able leadership of energetic and visionary Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy garu, is committed to providing safe environment for investors and employees alike. Hyderabad's radial connectivity is being boosted like never before. NS 65 connecting two Telugu state capitals Hyderabad and Vijayawada is now being transformed into 8 lanes, marvel discongesting passenger as well as logistic traffic. That work is starting by before March ending. 6 lane plus 2 service lane existing highway, that is a whole 2 lane, 4 lane road. I am happy to state that Telangana is turning a landlocked state into the economic powerhouse by establishing a state-of-the-art dry port transformative facility. This session focuses on connectivity requirement towards accessibility and mobility to Hyderabad and transforming Telangana state into the economic hub of South India, that is ensuring smooth connectivity with the rest of the country and the world. Regional ring road with a radial roads connectivity is going to boost even development of Hyderabad, its surroundings. Previously, our government in 2004, we constructed outer ring road at the time of Congress government. Then the Chief Minister, late Dr. YSR, is there. We constructed the ORR. Now we are constructing this regional ring road with value of 36,000 crores. A strong road network is fundamental to a strong economy. Telangana's vast growing network of national highways is being expanded. Industrial, agriculture markets, tourism circuits and logistic chains. We are among the leading state adopting HAM, just like the NHA model, hybrid MPT model. We have taken special interest. The roads, we call the tenders recently 11,334 crores, 399 crores. We are dedicated to establish greenfield express highways with rupees 20,000 crores connecting 2 Telugu state capitals, going through 8-lane national highway where Holy Strand Srisailam will be connected by an elevated corridor. Our vision to reach 3 trillion rail connectivity must evolve into a high-speed, high-efficiency network. Further, I am to state that as a MP during 2009 and 23, I have good association with Honorable Union Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari ji. I requested for holding the next IRC annual session at Hyderabad. The IRC, with concurrence of Honorable Minister Gadkari ji, agreed to hold IRC at Hyderabad. This is a good news for our Hyderabad, Telangana state. When he held the meeting in 2016, he sanctioned additional 12,000 crores of rupees nationalized at that conference. So lot of states with competition, but I requested Gadkari ji, he accepted, is coming to Telangana, holding a meeting, and we are expecting more roads, converting state roads to national highway roads. Telangana is therefore prioritizing dedicated ride corridors for freight and industry, upgradation of major stations into international standard terminals, expansion of suburban intrastate connectivity, high-speed rail and bullet train projects. Looking ahead, Telangana is working towards establishing a high-speed rail corridor, boosting connectivity to metros and industrial hubs, a bullet rail lane which will redefine fast, clean, modern transportation for future generations. Our goal is to make Telangana premier aviation hub of India, capable of handling international logistics, tourism and business travel. Similarly, We are developing many mega hospitals to give free health care of world standard to every citizen through TIMS. Telangana role model is not neighbor states, but our role model are China, Japan, Germany, South Korea and Singapore. We all know roads, rails, airways, transport are fundamental for mobility needs. Therefore, I sincerely seek active participation of all of you. Towards this, I request Professor Sanjay Gupta ji to conduct the panel on today's theme our strengthen our resolve to realize Telangana Rising Vision 2047. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Sir, for giving overall perspective and giving many pointers for our experts to ponder during panel discussion. Now we have expert panel on dais, and I request Dr. Professor Sanjay Gupta Sir to carry forward with our panel discussion. Sanjay Gupta Sir, please.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Sagar. My deep respect to Honorable Minister, all the dignitaries, my fellow panelists. It's my profound privilege to be part of such a distinguished panel and dignitaries on the dais. Keeping in view the time limitations at the outset, I would request each panelist to probably stick to the time allotted as far as possible. So we begin the proceedings with calling Dr. M. Fani Raju, Managing Director, Lee Associates South Asia Private Limited.
Thank you, Sagar, and thank you, Professor Sanjay Gupta. Respected Honorable R&B Minister, sir, respected Chief Secretary, sir, respected Special Chief Secretary, sir, respected Metropolitan Commissioner, sir, respected Professor Sanjay Gupta, respected Engineering Chief and fellow panelists on the dais, dignitaries, invitees and participants. I am honored to be here, and I sincerely thank RNBD and HMDA for giving this particular opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to share some of the work that's being done by Lee with respect to mobility and also with respect to the transportation plans that are being under preparation at a state level, particularly on the road development needs. Through this talk, our effort is to help you to appreciate the kind of demand that exists and also the kind of requirements that would be there at urban as well as at the rural connectivity. Okay, how do we... working. Yeah. Thank you. As we all know, the state of Telangana is spread over an area of 112,000 square kilometers. And it has nearly about 40 million in terms of the population, which is about 4 crores. The current estimates of the state in terms of its economy suggests that the state is experiencing the double-digit economic growth and contributing about 5% to the national economy. As we know that the Honorable CM has been guiding us in the recent times with respect to what should be the economic regions and how the development should be viewed at. Now, this particular session, as we all know, is on the urban and rural connectivity. I'll cover under two parts, and the first one being on the urban and followed by the rural or the state level kind of perspective. The city of Hyderabad has been experiencing tremendous growth over a period of time. And it is growing, and it has been one of the vibrant cities of our state and in the nation. And the spatial growth, as you would see in the city, has been very rapid, and particularly the corporation area has been growing very rapidly, and followed by the densification that is taking place in the rest of the urban part of the city. Now, this is the one which shows how the spatial spread of the city has been. As you all know, the city of Hyderabad is about 1.4 crores or nearly 14 million in terms of its population. And it has about 56 lakhs, which is about 5.6 million in terms of the employment. And the number of registered vehicles in the city are 92 lakhs. Now, the reason why I am pointing out these numbers are, it is these numbers which dictate what could be the potential travel demand in the place. In terms of the supply, the city has about 69 kilometers of metro system now. It has about the major roads of nearly 6,000 kilometers, and in terms of the lane kilometers, they are about 15,000. Overall, about 1.53 crores in terms of the demand is what is being generated in the city, with a per capita trip rate of about 1.1. Now, what this particular picture shows to you is how the city is experiencing in terms of the interactions. Now, at a city level, you have about 1.5 crores in terms of the demand, whereas how city is interacting. Now, nearly 3.5 crores is the total interactions in terms of the vehicles the city is experiencing. Of this, 10% is the through traffic when we look at the passenger traffic. When you look at the goods traffic, it's about 25%, the bypassable traffic. Now, all this demand is leading to severe congestions on the city road system. Now, this we have been experiencing, and with time, this particular congestion is expected to further increase. But the efforts are on as Metropolitan Commissioners has told us that the efforts are on towards preparing a mobility plan and having a better transport system to meet the future needs. The estimated population of Hyderabad is expected to be very, very high. Now, what this particular table shows to you is we have about 1.4 crores in terms of the population. The city is going to add nearly another Hyderabad by the year 2047. Now, that's going to be huge. And what it will lead to is huge demands with time. While the employment size is expected to further increase from 56 lakhs to nearly 1.27 crores. So what we are seeing is the population is doubling, the employment is more than doubling, and the trip rates are going to increase by at least 20% or so. All this would lead to a significant increase in the. And most importantly, as you see here, the private vehicle growth is expected to grow much faster even than the population. While the population is expected to increase, the vehicle population growth is going to grow to nearly 3 crores, which means we have nearly 2.6 crores as the population, but the number of vehicles are going to be nearly 3 crores. Now that's going to be the huge in terms of the demand. Now these numbers, when we look at how they will translate into the travel demand, it's going to be about 3.6 crores population, the passenger trips per day are going to be generated. Now, the 2.6 crore population will generate about 3.6 crores person trips, and they have to be met. Now, if we don't do anything in terms of our transportation system and the planning, what it could lead to is the current 28 kilometer speed on the network is going to get dropped to about 22 kilometers. And unless and until we put together serious interventions, things are not going to happen. We have been working, and we have been very fortunate to have been working with HMDA under the leadership of Metropolitan Commissioner Sir, Sarfaraz Sir, and we have been having extensive interactions. How is that we can reduce the travel demand? How is that we can contain the trip length? The efforts are to re-densify the corridors along the metro systems and also along the rest of the transportation corridors. By doing so, we will be able to contain the demand, and as a result of which, we should be in a position to enhance the speed to about 42 kilometers. Now, one is the part of the internal travel demand. The other one is the external travel demand. If we see, it's going to be, again, as I said, it's going to increase in leaps and bounds. And all this would require a transportation system which is of multimodal in nature, cutting across several modes, and this is what you would see. We require about over additional 333 kilometers of metro system from current 69, which means city will require to have about 400 kilometers of metro system. City also requires an exclusive bus rapid transit system of nearly 220 plus kilometers, and we require exclusive bus lanes. What we mean to say, exclusive bus lane is we should give priority to the public transport system of nearly 320 kilometers. In addition to this, as Metropolitan Commissioner has indicated, the multimode, the MMTS system which is there in the city requires further significant enhancement. In addition to this, the public transport routes and their rationalizations are required to be done. And also, the hierarchical road system we need to bring in place. In addition, several elements of other multimodal transportation plan include putting together the terminal facilities, logistic hubs, and number of such things. Now, what you see here is how the metro is going to be with time, and also the MMTS, as well as the road network, and the terminals at this number of locations. All these efforts, I would submit to all of you, are expected to result finally in terms of controlling and ensuring the time an user is going to take. From a 38 kilometers, which was there in the year 2016, the average speed on the network has dropped down to 28, and these interventions cutting across modes potentially can lead to we having an average trip length of or the average speed of about 40 kilometers or so. Now, this is at a urban level, that is metropolitan area level, and when we get into the rural setting, and how the situation is likely to be. And the state, as you know, has an extensive network of the road system of nearly about 34,000 kilometers, and with nearly 50,000 lane kilometers in terms of the supply. I don't know. One very important thing which all of us should certainly note is the level of the growth of motorized vehicles at a state level. We are going to add about 1 crore, about 10 million additional new vehicles in the, it is what has happened in the last 10-15 years. That's about 1 crore new vehicles got added. And all this has led to the kind of desire and the travel that you see here. What I want to inform you is over 1 crore regional trips are getting generated of the passengers. Nearly 21 lakh goods trips are moving on the state road system. And all this leads to having the kind of travel time contours, something like this. What you see here is how far that one can travel with the current kind of transport system within 2 hours of travel. And what it would mean is we will take about 2 hours 30 minutes or so, 2 hours 10 minutes to Nalgonda currently. And this and in different directions. Now, our effort, and as per the vision, is to ensure that how do we control the travel times of the people and enhance the functional efficiency of the road system. We know the state is likely to be in the between 5.5 to nearly 6 crores in terms of population over a period of time. And the demand is going to grow. And the demand is going to significantly grow actually at a state level. And this is how the interaction patterns are expected to be there. And all these interaction patterns are going to lead to the current travel times, as we can see on the network systems, are going to shrink. And shrink significantly like this, which means up to outer ring road itself, you are going to take 2 hours to commute. And unless and until we improve this road system, we cannot probably travel within 2 hours to peri-urban or beyond. And following the vision of the Honorable CM, R&BD is trying to put together the road policy, which is unveiled today, and also ensure how the road system can be developed over a period of time. Given the spatial pattern of the state, what one would think is we should have, like at a national level, the north-south, east-west corridors, as well as the golden quadrilateral at the nation level. We should also, at a state level, should have something like a network form of this nature, and which is something like this. You have 2 rings, and followed by probably one need to develop a couple of more rings to make sure the total travel demands are met very appropriately, along with the radial road system. Now, something which I would like to impress upon all of you is we have a settlement, and the settlement, if it is connected with one linkage, you will have certain level of economic vibrancy. And if you add one more link, how the vibrancy or the interaction patterns of a settlement increases. Now, this is what is the vision of the R&BD in terms of how do you ensure the multiple connectivity. We have a leader in the Honorable Minister who not only served at the state level, but also as a member of parliament at the national level, and he has been guiding the R&BD in a very dynamic way as to how we can improve upon the entire road system. It is not only just improving in terms of the national highways and the state roads, but also the expressway system, the elevated roads across the state is what are being contemplated with time. And most importantly, as the Honorable Minister Sir has indicated, it is important to ensure that the landlocked state of Telangana is connected with the port. And they have been having discussions with Government of India to make sure that this particular jinx is being broken. Now, through the efforts a few years back, what has been done is there is a need to add on from the current 5,000 kilometers to nearly 2,000 at minimum. And also, the state roads will require to be added by additional nearly 3,000 kilometers. So, in addition to that, the department is contemplating to make sure how our road development program is being put together. And this is similar to the kind of NHDP that's there at a national level. The rings, the north, south, east, west, as well as the corridors which it requires. In addition, the regional rapid transit system is contemplated, that is required to be developed. And all this effort only at a state level can lead to we controlling the times on the transportation corridors. Now, as I had shown you before, this is the current the travel time contours on the state road system. And this is what is going to shrink if we don't do anything. And if we improve the multimodal transport system, and very particularly the road transport system, this is how the spread is likely to be, and making sure that we have an efficient roads as well as the multimodal transport system. And with this, we will be in a position to control and achieve the vision of the Honorable Minister and the vision of the Honorable CM, and the Rising Telangana dream are going to be achieved. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Raju. I think if there are any questions, we'll take it in the end because of paucity of time. May I now request Dr. Manoranjan Parida. He is joining online. Dr. Sagar? No? Not possible? Okay. So we are unable to kind of connect him on online. So I will now request Mr. Rahul Gupta, our next panelist. He is Additional Director General, Ministry of Road Transport Highways, and Secretary General of Indian Road Congress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister, R&B, Government of Telangana, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, learned fellow infrastructure visionaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am here today not merely as an administrator of road standards, but as a messenger of a transformative possibility. Indian Road Congress, popularly known as IRC, understood that infrastructure is not merely construction by bitumen, concrete, and steel. It is the muscle connecting opportunity to those who have been historically distant from it. I will take you through how design and construction technology can be the critical nexus that transform Tenagla's vision from aspiration into live reality for every citizen, whether they reside in the vibrant heart of Hyderabad or in the villages of rural Telangana. As explained by Mr. Vikas Raj, Special Chief Secretary, in his presentation, the Government of Telangana has committed extraordinary resources for infrastructure development in the state. It is an acknowledgement that genuine development requires intentional bidirectional flow of capital, flow of knowledge, and flow of opportunity across the rural-urban continuum. Yet I must speak candidly. money alone does not transform infrastructure. Timely execution, quality, and intelligent deployment of technology determine whether the roads become catalysts for equity or monuments of. This is where the design and construction technologies play a crucial role. Just I move forward, I will just take a few minutes to explain about IRC. What IRC is? The Indian Road Congress was founded 91 years ago, and tomorrow we will be celebrating its 91st anniversary. And it was founded with a singular vision to advance the science and practice of road development, ensuring uniformity in design and construction practices across the nation. Till date, we have published 275 standards, specifications, code of practice, and manuals covering every critical dimension of road, bridges, tunnels, traffic management, and safety engineering. Since its inception, IRC has become a catalyst for systemic transformation. We convene engineers and policymakers. We standardize practice. We disseminate knowledge. Today, IRC is not merely a repository of technical standards, but it serves as an architect of advanced road. Its codes and standards forms the backbone of all road sector contracts issued by all the road development agencies in the country. These standards govern the quality assurance plan systems, ensuring that public investment translate into durable and high-performing infrastructure assets. We will be showcasing all these aspects during the annual session of Indian Road Congress in the month of November next year, which will be held under the leadership or the presidency of Mr. Mohan Naik, the Engineer-in-Chief of R&B Department in Hyderabad. And all the delegates and dignitaries present here are heartily invited to join us during the session. A sobering lesson we have learned from our national experiences is that project failures rarely stems from flawed designs. They stem from deficiencies in the implementation, from poor construction quality, from absence of detailed method statements, from a culture that treats execution as secondary to the design. Here is what I wish to emphasize. The application of uniform quality standards must be carefully contextualized across Telangana, a stratified economic model. A high-volume highway code appropriate for pure corridors may prove impractical for low-volume rural roads. But this does not mean that accepting lower quality standards in the rural roads. Rather, we must develop what I call a simplified digital standards that are absolutely non-negotiable on quality outcomes, on material adherence, on structural integrity, and on durability, but that offers flexibility in implementation complexity. The realization of rural-urban integration demands a foundational shift, a transition from intuition-based analog workflows to data-driven digital intelligence, ensuring parity in planning and maintenance capabilities across the stratified economic zones. In context of Telangana, imagine a scenario. A standardized precast rural bridge in Adilabad district can be virtually monitored by urban planners and engineers based in Hyderabad. Structural health can be accessed remotely. Failures can be predicted. Maintenance operations can be optimized. The physical distance gap that has historically meant that rural infrastructure receives less sophisticated management stands erased through technology. Artificial intelligence amplifies this transformation. AI is projected to boost construction productivity by up to 20%. significantly reducing delays and cost overruns. But beyond productivity, considered AI's safety applications. Integrated with digital twins, IoT sensors, and computer vision, artificial intelligence can transform roads into dynamic systems that learn and adapt, proactively identifying and addressing the root causes of road accident, that is a public health crisis that demands our urgent attention. One of the most profound shifts in how we approach infrastructure is the adoption of building information model and digital twins. These are not merely technologies, they represent a fundamental reimagining of how we plan, construct, and maintain our assets. Digital twins are dynamic virtual replicas of physical infrastructure that update in real time. And they are revolutionizing our decision-making process when planning a new highway or evaluating a bridge structural integrity. Engineers can now conduct hundreds of simulation, test scenarios, and optimize designs before a single brick is laid. This approach has demonstrated remarkable results. Energy efficiency improvements, reduction in project rework, and increased construction productivity while simultaneously reducing asset management downtime. Building information modeling has emerged as a foundational technology for achieving digital standardization, but its wider adoption remains constrained by insufficient policy push across the public projects. Telangana has the opportunity to pioneer a uniform BIM strategy. In addition, geographic information systems provide essential spatial context for all infrastructure planning. GIS is critical for prioritizing and inventorying road networks. The efficiency of schemes like Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana depends heavily on online management and monitoring and accounting system, also known as OMAS. And here is where the drone technology becomes transformative. Drones provide affordable, high-resolution imagery for site surveying, land use analysis, construction progress monitoring, and quality assurance. The combination of GIS, drone, and OMAS platform represent perhaps the single greatest opportunity for democratizing design and quality capability. When this combined with workflow becomes mandatory, the rural administrator gain access to real-time intelligence and planning tools previously exclusive to the urban planners. This genuine democratization of design capability across the state. Indian Road Congress has already initiated the process of developing standards for BIM and digital twins, specifically tailored to our infrastructure context, roads, bridges, and tunnels. A new technical committee is formulating national standards for AI integration in the road sector. Formal standards are needed to govern the accuracy, auditability, and data ownership of AI-generated reports. Regulatory clarity will unlock investment, encouraging vendors to adopt these technologies for improved service delivery and compliance. Building resilient infrastructure requires ecological footprint while maximizing durability.
Can I request you to kindly wind up? Yeah, thank you.
This dual mandate is increasingly urgent, and here where IRC provides definitive technical guidance grounded in innovation and sustainability. IRC has provided comprehensive guidelines for utilizing recycled waste plastic in hot bituminous mixes. Mandatory utilization of plastic waste in rural road construction creates an institutionalized large-scale consumer for urban waste generated. This creates a direct, tangible economic linkage where the urban environment liability is systematically transformed into rural infrastructure capital. This is not merely sustainability, this is economics of equity. In addition, climate adaptation is no longer optional. This involves mandatory hazard mapping, identifying hot spots vulnerable to excess heat, flooding, cyclones, and designing resilient measures. Design decisions must be informed by mandatory emissions accounting exercises. The potential for low carbon interventions must be clearly identified with quantifiable CO2 emissions reductions calculated. The next important aspect is the quality. The quality must be foundational policy embedded from the conception through operation. Indian Road Congress provides authoritative standards for quality systems. Effective total quality management requires the digital enforcement of detailed method statement during execution, overcoming the historical implementation deficit that leads to premature asset failure. The transition to digital quality control is non-negotiable. Automated and intelligent machine-aided construction is currently being piloted in projects like Lucknow-Kanpur Expressway. Critical intelligent compaction technologies include intelligent compactors as detailed in IRC standards and provides documented proof of execution quality by logging real-time data, roller location, number of passes, speed, and most importantly, compaction meter value. Telangana must mandate the use of intelligent compactors for all payment layers projects involving double lane. For life cycle accountability, the 5-year inbuilt maintenance clause in civil work contracts must be reinforced by mandating digital handover of assets. By transferring the digital twin baseline, complete BIM model, and documented execution quality to the maintenance authority, the state must enforce transparent accountability for long-term performance. It means that technological investment must be focused not merely on innovation, but on enforcing execution quality and guaranteeing verified construction practices in the field. The transition to advanced construction requires profound overhaul of technical education across the state. Curricula across ITIs, polytechnics, and bachelor program must be modernized to include project management, asset management, and core digital competencies. BIM modeling, drone operations, GIS mapping, and photogrammetry must be integrated not as advanced electives, but as foundational competencies across all technical training institutions. Standardizing these digital skills creates a location-flexible, high-value workforce. A technician certified in BIM or drone data process maintains equivalent economic value whether working in Hyderabad Corporate Tower or a Warangal district office. By investing heavily in location-flexible digital skills, the state can create a system where the youth, especially in rural areas, can participate fully in the knowledge economy without necessitating to migration to urban areas. The transformation envisioned by Telangana Rising 2047, bridging rural and urban into a single cohesive, thriving state, cannot be achieved by simply building more roads. It requires building intelligently, equitably, and sustainably. When we invest in intelligent compactors on village road, when we deploy digital twins to monitor rural bridges, when we train rural youth in drone operations and BIM modeling, we are sending a profound message. Your location will not. This is the promise of Telangana Rising 2047. And design and construction technologies is the instrument. This promise becomes a reality. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. So now, may I now request Mr. Srinivas Ganji, Director, Mrs. Arcades, Hyderabad. You can probably continue.
Yeah. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. I was actually like very fascinated by the goal set by the Honorable Chief Minister in terms of moving from the current 15 times the current economy, and that actually requires huge infrastructure changes, upgradations, and the new infrastructure which actually we have also seen from the other experts presented in terms of what actually has been being planned to actually reach that level. And what I want to stress here is the need for very strong digital backbone or the technology foundation for completely managing this asset life cycle for this infrastructure, and also to sustain this infrastructure, and also to have these operations well maintained and then well serviced for actual outcomes. And then I would like to actually propose the 5 layered approach, where the first layer would be to have all eyes and ears of the infrastructure in terms of having the CCTVs, having the dash cams on the existing resources like the public transportation vehicles, garbage vehicles, or actually any other source that actually we can connect with, and then have a better reach of seeing the status of the infrastructure and what is happening in terms of road safety, the demand, and all of them. How can actually we can take the crowdsourced data, and how can actually we have the situational awareness about what is happening on the network overall. That's the first layer. And then the second layer actually is to enable the connectivity across the state along with the physical infrastructure. How can we develop this digital infrastructure in parallel with what is happening in the state right now, so that all this data comes to a central place like a Bharat Future City, which actually can act as a central brain, which actually can be a digital twin for the complete state, where it can actually keep evolving the in terms of the models, optimizations, and forecasting, and then performance monitoring, measurement. So this can be opened for as an open service, open source, or actually any other service which can be accessible to both the public and then the private, which can enable innovation, and then lot of operational platforms that actually can be built over this to bring the efficiency and then improve the road safety among different agencies like adaptive traffic signal control system and road safety management system, to actually have the lesser response time in the golden hour, and then public transportation operationalization improvement. All these things can be easily enabled with a central mobility digital twin for the complete state with the government, enabling all the public and then private organizations. And then the last layer actually is to empower the end user service, and then having a multimodal integration, not just actually with the physical infrastructure, but also having a seamless mobility experience, not just for the people within the city, but actually also to the level of a person like residing in the village. How can we actually enable him and then connect with him with the digital connectivity, and then help him for the seamless mobility experience, not just actually them, the logistics also. So this is how I propose that like we have, we should actually have this 5-layer approach to have a very strong, efficient, sustainable and safe infrastructure possible, which actually can support this 2047 vision of Telangana rising. And this is very much important, because if you have seen the outer ring road actually was formed like more than 10-12 years back, and then this has resulted definitely a very good economy for the complete, maybe for the state as well as for the city. But at the same time, it actually is taking away almost 60 deaths per year, 65 deaths per year. And how can we improve the safety or actually reduce this loss of lives while having the economy boost. I think that is more important. So that's what I wanted to propose on having a very strong digital backbone for the mobility for the state.
Thank you so much. Now, may I now request Mr. Chetan Patel, he is a CEO of Texture Ahmedabad, to speak on the subject IT, ITS and road safety. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister of Roads and Buildings Department, Telangana, Honorable Chief Secretary, Honorable Engineer in Chief, and all the topic is basically it's how can we take Telangana for a Vision Zero state. Vision Zero means what? It is zero fatalities and zero severe accidents. That should be the ultimate goal for the road safety that we should aim for. So that is where, in fact, I would like to highlight how we can transition to achieve the Vision Zero. So first is like we have, there has to be a phased approach. For example, we have cameras installed, we have traffic signals. So what we can do is, using those camera feeds and those understanding the traffic patterns, we can tune the signal timings. We can enable AI intelligence on the camera feeds to understand queue, to understand incidences, to understand violations. Then as a next step, we can go for further enhancement. Okay, then as a next step, we can go on further enhancements, like whatever the signals we have, we can go for adaptive traffic management system. We can go for deeper analytics on the camera feeds to understand the traffic signal violators, speed violators, and based on those, we can create a predictive models to understand who can be the future people who can basically get involved into accidents. So assimilating and basically refining the data and all these things is going to be very crucial in once you have the data. Then you can basically implement I&PR, deploy incident capturing, do e-chalans, integrate GIS, GPS data also. So this is basically the next phase of approach once you have implemented cameras, signals and everything. After this is basically go for an interactive based system. For example, install pedestrian crossing system. I am not sure how many of the people knows, but in most of the cities in India, the most deaths happen after, the majority of the people who die in accidents in cities are two-wheelers, and then comes the pedestrians. So safety for pedestrians is also very paramount important when you consider city traffic infrastructure. Then you should have some speed calming to control the speed of the vehicles, for something like to warn for if you are a speedy vehicle and to greet you if you are basically going with a limited speed. Then if you do parking illegally also, there has to be some sort of an interactive display based system that displays gets activated that you are parked illegally, please remove your car. So this kind of interactive based system as a next phase I suggest to go towards improvement of your ITS system. Thereafter you advance AI to data mine and basically provide predictive models to identify drivers, for example, who are driving erratically, who are not driving in a queue, who are speeding up. So those kind of people, those kind of vehicles are mostly going to get involved in accidents. Plan for drone using for incident management, for events where the density of the traffic is very high. I give you an example. If the drone has to be available or used, there was a massive traffic jam in MP sometime back, in some couple of months back, and a person has died of a heart attack because he could not get the medicine. So if you have something like a drone kind of a system, you can deliver basically some critical medical accessories, medical assistance to people who are stuck up in the traffic also. Then also parking plays a very important role in ITS also, because almost every one of us who live in cities, and especially big metro cities, spends over like 50 to 100 hours every year to find the parking place. So geomap your parking places, identify parking places you have, and provide them in a digital platform so that citizens who drive can easily find the parking space. So this saves the fuel as well as saves the time also. Then along with the fiber optic network, now we have 5G networks, then 6G networks will also be introduced in the coming future. So use this kind of a network-based thing also to integrate your IT equipments, integrate your road traffic equipments with the command and control center. That would be easy versus laying out fiber optic. Now, what would be the future is basically is a V2X or CV2 cellular vehicle to anything, which is where every major country is doing pilot projects, and India is also not far behind. We maybe, I think in couple of months, as MOTH releases a guideline, we will be, India will be doing pilot projects on C2V, is basically connected vehicles and connected vehicles to infrastructure, road infrastructure. So this is the ultimate roadmap for right now that is envisioned across the globe to achieve Vision Zero. And this is how basically you have vehicles connected, you have this. Now we cannot leave behind the vehicles which are basically not having those kind of an instruments called onboard units, because CV2X or V2X requires a roadside unit that connects to your ITS infrastructure like signals, pedestrian signals, speed calming systems, and also there is an onboard unit gets fitted into your vehicle and gets associated with your vehicle sensors and vehicle data. So like for old vehicles, which for example, which have dashboards, so has cellular connectivity, you can basically, and not having OBU integration feasibility, you can integrate the data from basically roadside unit to cloud, and from cloud pass that data to the dashboard of the vehicle. So let's say if there is a wrong way vehicle coming in your way, the sensors will immediately inform that data to roadside unit. From there, the information goes to cloud and comes to your dashboard that there is a wrong way vehicle coming ahead. So please drive carefully. And for those vehicles which doesn't have even a dashboard, they are old vehicles, so you can have some sort of a smartphone-based facility for integration. So this is how basically you will connect all the three variants of vehicle types that exist on the road with connected technology. I just give you one very simple example, considering like I think Hyderabad has more than 600, 700 traffic signals. But let's say if you have 500 traffic signal, and on a signal you put up a display, a message display. So when you stop at the signal on a red line, the display says engine off. I'm sure when someone sees that, if you have like 50 vehicles on each side standing on a signal as a red, and if 30% of those vehicles switches off their engine, because psychologically if someone sees, then you basically tend to switch off the engine. So that means 22,500 vehicles have switched off their engines, translating to 3,15,000 hours of fuel emission saving. So you can imagine that this translates to how much reduction in pollution. Also, just a simple thing of switching off your engine on a traffic signal. So maybe next time when you stand at the signal and the signal is red, switch off the engine. It will help to contribute saving environment and fuel also. And this also means that this can be something like the fuel consumption of approximately 100,000 vehicles every day traveling in Hyderabad city. Another simple thing is basically that's a human psychology. So just slow down at junctions, so junctions which doesn't have traffic signals active, and there are junctions which does not have traffic signals, but if you tend to slow down at junctions, your chances of collision and accidents becomes very low. So next time when you travel and come near to a junction, please try to slow your vehicle. You will experience some peace and some happy thing that yes, this helps really to avoid accidents. So in fact, one of our road safety project has also been recommended. Basically, it was a World Bank assisted program, and it was such kind of project was recommended in more also road safety practices in India. And also, lastly, no Vision Zero or future of Vision Zero can be achieved if public participation and in fact their active involvement is not there. So public awareness, continuous education, sense of responsibility to follow traffic rule is also very must. So this is again, we just not just relying on the systems and the infrastructure, but it is also our duty to basically adhere to the traffic laws. That's all. In fact, I would like to show you a very small video, and in fact, Honorable Minister or Honorable Secretary, sir, I think he said about lots of highways coming up, and as you have highways and there is a lot of maintenance activity, there are basically, I will show you for one video that has saved many lives very recently. It was on 26th of November. So can you please play the video? TTMA. It's a very short video, few seconds only. Actually, that video is not rendering, but it was basically on a national highway project on 26th of November. It's on a 4-lane road. One lane was closed and for maintenance, and they were setting up work zones. And unfortunately, there was a car, basically the driver has slept in the morning at 9 o'clock. And he has basically accelerated the vehicle, pressed his foot on the accelerator. And there was a device called TTMA. So in just 3 seconds, that vehicle was coming in very fast mode, something like 110, 120 speed. In just 3 seconds, basically stopped the vehicle, absorbing all the energy. And if that equipment was not there, you could have imagined there are 48 basically people on that lane working. So if a car with speed of 110 goes over 48 people, how many fatalities can happen? So this...
Mr. Patel, can we wind up now? Here,
yes.
Can we wind up, please?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. So now, may I now request our last panelist for today, Mr. Hari Bhaskar. He is Manager Investment Operations, South Asia, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, China, presently based in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. You can speak from there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Special Chief Secretary, Metropolitan Commissioner, and all the dignitaries. Honored to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I know I am the last man standing between you all and a delayed lunch. Taking a lot of importance of infrastructure, technology-enabled infrastructure, the road safety, and the policy and all that. So a little bit about the bank. I represent the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is a multilateral bank like the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank. This bank is a new kid on the block. We started like 10 years ago, around 2016. India is the second largest shareholder of the bank and is the largest borrower or beneficiary, I should say, from the bank. And most of the money from the bank in India goes to the transport sector. We have been working very closely with many states, and we have done, for example, rural roads in Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. We have done highways, ring roads in Chennai, secondary roads in Assam, orbital roads in Haryana, metro projects in many states, in Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Kochi, and RRTS, Delhi Meerut RRTS, in our 10 years of operation. This is just to show that transport is a sector, especially roads is a sector in India where there is a lot of demand, and the bank will be very happy to work with government of Telangana too. I saw in the policy document in Honorable Minister's foreword an American JFK saying something about why America's roads are good. Same thing, there is also a Chinese proverb, because I come from a bank which is based in China. There is a very old Chinese proverb, a 1,000 year, then it should build roads. This is a strong belief of Chinese, and you can see that when you go to China, for example, that every nook and corner is connected with roads, which is a very important enabler for economic growth. I'm very glad to hear that India is planning to do the same thing, and the Vision 2047 encompasses that. We all know that with the good road infrastructure, the economic growth inevitably follows. Development, not just infrastructure development. As a development bank, we believe that just developing infrastructure alone is not adequate. You have to develop the human capital, by which we mean the education and the health infrastructure, which will all follow if we have a good road network. So I'm very glad to be here to discuss about the roads. And the topic that I have been given is to talk a little bit about program approach rather than a project approach. Why program? Why not project? Actually, a program is not very different from project because it is just a string of projects put together. But at the same time, the key objective of a program is to ensure that the outcome is achieved rather than just an output. In a project in which you build like 30 kilometers of roads, the output is to build just the 30 kilometers of roads. But if you have a program like, say, a Bharatmala, or if you have a program to connect highways to all the major cities in Telangana, then the outcome is to ensure connectivity, not just to build that 200, 300 kilometers of road or 1,000 kilometers of road. So it is a very outcome-driven approach, this program. That's why program approach is extremely important. And if a project, if it goes beyond a certain size, it becomes very difficult to manage. But at the same time, if it's a program which has a group of projects, then it can be managed better. You can have a program director, you can have project directors for various projects under the program, so that the program can be managed better. And I spoke about the outcome. Also, it's very important, whether we like it or not, all these assets, the road assets, are going to face the brunt of climate change. Yeah. We are not going to be able to do much for climate mitigation as a road sector, but we are going to face the consequences of the climate adaptation. Yeah. If we don't adapt, if these assets don't adapt well to the consequences of climate change, it's going to be a problem. When you do such a large road network as a program, then you can ensure that the climate resilience aspects are taken care of into the whole program. But if you do the program into 20 different projects, instead of approaching it as a program, Some projects may have some good climate resilience approach, some projects may not have it. So it's very good to ensure that if you have a program, all the climate resilience aspects are built into the design so that it can stand the test of time. So I can keep talking about why a program approach is much better, but these are some of the aspects why program approach is better. And also at the end of the day, you will have to assess the impact of the program or the project that you have done. When we do it as a program, it gives you a holistic approach. It enables us to assess the impact or to evaluate the impact of the program. From the financing point of view, because I'm from a bank, we financiers, I'm not just talking about the multilateral development banks like us, World Bank or ADB, even domestic financiers, even NABARD-like financiers, would very much like a programmatic approach rather than a project-based approach. So I think it will be relatively that much easier for the state to get financing if you can develop programs rather than just individual projects. And also financiers are keen to ensure that the outcome of any program is achieved rather than outputs. Again, program comes into play. Financiers would like to ensure that there is consistency in your environmental and social safeguards approach across all the projects, which is again possible by having a program. Consistency in procurement approach, because transparency in public procurement is extremely important. It's good to have a program so that you can have a consistent approach in procurement, and not to mention the climate resilience aspect that I spoke about. So this will help in consistency. And also we as financiers would like to ensure that the government is committed for the whole program, you know. If it's just one or two projects and other projects don't get committed for various reasons, then that gives a level of uncertainty to us as financiers. If there is a program that is, then it gives us that much confidence that government is going to see through the program. So we would like to ensure from that point of view also, program approach is much better than the project approach. There are many ways to finance a program. If we have a viable road, for example, financially viable, I mean, for example, like the ring roads, then we can always use PPP models, HAM models. Private sector can come into play because private sector has to come into play. There could be other roads like rural roads which don't have the financial viability, but which have a huge socio-economic impact in the society. That's where banks like us come in to provide sovereign-backed financing at much cheaper rates. But these are not going to be financially viable projects, but we are not a commercial bank, we are a development bank. We would like to ensure that these projects are done. These projects may not pay back in the next 5-6 years, it may take 20-25 years, but these projects are very important to ensure that the socio-economic benefits are achieved. That's one way to finance. Multi-phase approach, again all the banks would love that we finance one program which can be again executed in multi-phases. This is another way to finance it. InvITs, we all know about InvITs, which is essentially refinancing. We can approach InvITs. There are many ways to also monetize the assets along the way. For example, if we build metro projects, there is a lot of commercialization going on around the metro line or along the alignment of the metro line, which brings in a lot of revenues. So there are multiple ways, and I don't think in our country, in India, getting access to finance is a problem. The problem could be in getting access to good quality projects. If we can enhance the quality of projects by making it as a program, by giving consistent approach to environmental, social, procurement and climate resilience aspects, then I'm sure we can get good financing deals for the project. To conclude, as a financing agency, we would strongly encourage a programmatic approach, especially in connectivity. And we as a multilateral development bank in which India is the second largest shareholder, India is not just a borrower, you are also the owner. India is also the owner of the bank. We stand ready to help in any way the government of Telangana in its ambitious plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar. Well, to sum up, it's my privilege at the outset on behalf of the government. I sincerely express my heartfelt thanks and deep appreciation to one and all for attending this event in large numbers and for your active participation. I thank every expert and moderator for their expert inputs and guidance. And I would also like to kind of briefly touch upon key takeaways from this session. Without boring you a lot, and maybe in the end, maybe I'll have some points to make. Incidentally, before I just do that, I mean, let us be very clear. You cannot achieve economic development without transport. It is absolutely clear. If you don't provide mobility, you are not going to achieve economic prosperity. That is proven fact globally. So I think what Telangana government is doing through their vision plan and through Honorable Minister and all the dignitaries, I think it is a fabulous exercise. So that is the starting thing I just wanted to convey. And I have been involved in several regional level studies, and I find transport, it acts like a catalyst to the entire development. And we cannot have inequity prevailing in pockets. So if you have to have an inclusive growth, which is the vision of Telangana 2047, I think we need to have transport acting like a catalyst to promote that growth. Some of the quickly, I'll run through few points which came out at Hyderabad level, the city level, is local area plan should be prepared by HMDA. Pedestrian safety should be accorded. I am slightly at the absence of footpaths in the city. It's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful city, but I think we need to kind of do a rigorous exercise on how we can create footpaths, maybe even the cost of vehicles. We need to have safe mobility for pedestrians. I think that's very important. The flyovers and elevated roads should be implemented. The metro needs expansion on a continuous basis in a big way, and I think the Government of India would be very more than forthcoming to support the Government of Telangana on that. MMTS, ROBs, RUBs require a lot of attention to be developed. I'm sure Dr. Raju in his presentation already has touched upon. The road sector policy also has brought out what are the future development programs. So all in all, it's a wholesome package. I'm very excited actually to learn about such huge projects. Probably the Government of officials here have carved out for have exclusive bus lane projects. I think one of the other things I would like to point to the dignitary present here, I find the public transport is, especially in Hyderabad, is quite low. The ridership is just about 28%. We should expect a ridership target of at least 40 to 50%. And it is quite visible. Yesterday when I was traveling 2 days, I didn't find too many buses on the road. Even the buses which were there were not probably fully loaded. So there is something I think we need to, it's my request to the officials here that if one were to decongest Hyderabad, you need to kind of get into encouraging. There are two measures of, we call it travel demand management. Either you push people towards public transport, and if they're not willing to be pushed, then you pull. And if they're not getting pulled, you push them towards disincentives. You start getting into charging, congestion charging. I think we will soon see, I see for Delhi, next 2 years we'll have congestion charging coming up. I think Hyderabad will have to resort to pilot studies on congestion charging. You have to start getting into carpooling as an exercise. Piloting will have to be done. And the third is flexi work schedule. Maybe some pilot can be done on flexi work schedule, how you can stagger your peak hours on the corridor. I think these three things, probably some piloting can be done. It would do a great service. It's such a beautiful city, but often I find you get locked up. When you come from the PV Narasimha Rao flyover to the city, you start getting into the, because of the inherent build-up which is around the area. So we need to kind of emphasize on that. At the state level, I think dedicated state road fund like CR could be explored. You've got a massive upgradation program. It's a beautiful way of kind of developing the whole state into pure and rare kind of terminology. Each area having its own distinct character, and how each area still would be connected by the transport proposals which you have put up. But what we need is safety. I think what we all often find in all these videos are high spanking roads, but often we find that most of these roads also are classical case, Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Just last week, a couple were lying unrescued for 7 hours in a car crash, and they passed away. So I think this is just, I'm not being despondent on this occasion,
but I think it's all nice to have good network, but I think safety has to be inbuilt, and I think how we can have ITS incorporated into the safety, the network, I think it's very important. I would call it safety and smart mobility, both. That should be the paradigm for network planning for Telangana. Road safety audits need to be taken up, I just mentioned. Regional ring road is a beautiful concept. You have ORR, which is a fabulous network which we all rode on to the venue. I think regional ring road, again, I am assuming it's going to be as fabulous as OR. But I think we need to kind of ensure, my simple philosophy is that if I'm coming from a region and approaching a core area, I need to have speed zoning very clear. I should know that I am coming into a congested area. The vehicles need to speed down. The vehicle need to slow down. And I think that is where the ITS through enforcement can come in. We need to start calming traffic as you keep coming towards the core area, because I think the pedestrian safety has to be paramount in the built-up area. I think that is the essence which it can create. Ring road should be implemented priority. ITS project, my colleague panelists have re-emphasized very interestingly. I'm sure some pilots would come. What you have shown here, connectivity, the Hyderabad core has been taken up. Inter-district connectivity should be accorded high preference. All national highways should be upgraded to 6-lane, partially access controlled highways. I'm sure they are finding their voice in the road sector policy document which was unveiled by the Honorable Minister here. So I'm also a logistics person. I've been teaching logistics for the last 30 years. I think while we do recognize passenger mobility is important, it's equally important to have freight logistics in place. And I think this is a concept of city logistics which you need to adopt for urban area, for Hyderabad. You have fantastic e-commerce demand. We don't plan for e-commerce sector. We don't plan for quick commerce. Same problem is happening in Delhi. So we need to kind of become proactive, start looking into where we need to plan the dark warehouses, where fulfillment centers will come, where micro delivery hubs will come, what kind of management strategies for urban freight will have to come in the cities. I think that probably is an aspect which probably could have been more highlighted. As far as urban mobility, already Dr. Raju has presented, we need to kind of scale it up. Metro expansion plans are on. Public transport, bus-based will have to be there. And I think long-term BRTs and other proposals in any way are finding their footprint into it. So all in all, I think I am extremely happy and excited to come here. I would once again would like to, because of paucity of time and lunch, I'm just trying to rush up to kind of conclude with the parting comments. I thank you again. It's a beautiful vision document. All the efforts are excellent. And I think now probably is the time to implement those projects. So I'm sure detailing will happen with due diligence. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Thank you so much, sir. May now request Shri Komatreddy Garu, Minister Garu, to present the felicitation mementos to our speakers. The artwork is a special mass from Cheriala, and the Pochampalli shawls are being presented as the mementos with the GI mark on it, the geographical indicator.
Memento of appreciation from our Minister Shri Komatreddy Venkatreddy Garu to all our speakers for having conducted this wonderful session. As a part of this Telangana Rising Global Summit, these mementos have been specially curated for this occasion by the art forms of Telangana. The Cheriyala face mask, the artwork, along with the very famous Pochampalli shawls. Felicitations to our speakers by Honorable Minister of R&B, Cinematography, Government of Telangana, Shri Komatreddy Venkatreddy Garu is being presented by the memento and the shalwa. May I now request Mr. J. Mohan Naik, ENC R&B Department, Government of Telangana, to render the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister Garu, Komatreddy Venkatreddy Garu, Special Chief Secretary Vikas Raj Garu, Sarfaraz Garu, Metropolitan Commissioner, distinguished speakers, delegates, representative and industry from industries, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to close this enriching and thought-provoking event, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this highly successful global summit event on connected Telangana integrated transport and urban-rural connectivity. At the outset, on behalf of the Telangana government and R&B department, I extend our deepest and most respectful gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister Sri A. Revanth Reddy Garu for his exemplary vision in leading the state towards sustained prosperity and long-term well-being of Telangana and its people for decades to come. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our Honorable Minister for his valuable presence and clear guidance, direction and inspiration. As you all know, we have several legacy issues and hence we are hard-pressed to deal with issues of major concern. For the first time, with the guidance of Sri Vikas Raj, Special Chief Secretary, under the leadership of Honorable Minister Komatreddy Venkatreddy, the R&B Department has formulated a policy aligned with Honorable Chief Minister's Sri Revanth Reddy's vision for planned and systematic road development advancing the Telangana Rising Vision 2047. We are conscious that this is only the beginning. We place on record our deepest gratitude to Sri Vikas Raj, Special Chief Secretary, whose personal presence, close monitoring and hands-on guidance at every stage of the event were instrumental in ensuring its flawless execution and grand success. I express my Sincere thanks to Sri Sarfaraj, Metropolitan Commissioner HMDA, for his constant guidance and supervision in making this program success. We are deeply grateful to all our eminent speakers, panelists and session chair for sharing their insightful prospective technical expertise and practical experience. Your contribution have truly elevated the quality of discussion and enriched the learning experience for every participant. I thank all the officers, engineers and staff of R&B department for preparing the road sector policy, for work tirelessly for the last 15 days, day and night, with unwavering commitment and team spirit to ensure the flawless execution and grand success. Our sincere thanks to all the delegates and participants who joined us from various parts of the country and beyond. Your enthusiastic participation, engaging questions and active interaction made this summit truly dynamic and meaningful. I thank consultant Lee Associates, South Asia Private Limited for their timely support in preparing this document and arranging technical supports in making relevant material for the summit. We also thank the media partner, logistics team and all service provided for their valuable support in amplifying the reach and ensuring seamless arrangements. As we conclude, we are confident that the knowledge shared, network built and ideas exchanged over this session will translate into meaningful action and future collaboration. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this Telangana Rising Global Summit. We wish you safe travel, continued learning and great success in all your endeavors. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohan Garu. May I request the members, the delegates of the next session, the official members from Speed to please come towards the dais.
ठीक है सर एक बार इनको बता दो क्या
heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment, while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
supporting this bold vision,
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising.
Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together, let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology and tourism that you gotta see. Telangana rising, state is
the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana,
where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising.
Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together. Let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology, and tourism that you gotta see. Telangana rising, state is so shining. its all uphold every life and soul. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining, Telangana rising, state is so shining, Telangana rising, 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 rising.
In the heart of where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana,
where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. The city of Pearl, the city of Silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech, Hyderabad campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
supporting this bold vision,
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising.
Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together, let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology, and tourism that you gotta see. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. See the unity, diversity in the city. Here we welcome the world where dreams unfold. Let's all uphold every life and soul. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining, Telangana rising, so shining. Telangana rising, 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 rising.
In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy and forging innovation. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy to set new inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising.
Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together. Let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology, and tourism that you gotta see. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. See the unity, diversity in the city. Here we welcome the world where dreams unfold. Let's all uphold every life and soul. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. Telangana rising, state is so shining. Telangana rising, 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 rising.
In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad, once the city of pearls.
म्यूजिक बंद करना टाइम क्या हुआ है कितना Hello, check. Kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all of you all be seated in the chairs inside the hall, hall number 3. We are starting the session within a few minutes from now. I request all the delegates and other members and officials standing outside the door to please come inside. I request you all to keep the phone in silent mode.
glass do you have?
Yeah, silver. Yeah. We have 3 passes, 3 bags. The third one was oxygen.
Hello, check. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Did you have a lovely, delicious lunch? Are you all fresh up, ready for the next session? Just we move on before to the tea time. So the second day of this Gala Global Summit that Telangana is hosting. I welcome you all to this session, Capital and Growth Investment Pathways, Financial Hub Strategy and High Impact Sectors. The Industries Department is hosting this, and now I invite the speakers and the moderator on the dais, please. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, Director, Industries, Government of Telangana, to please come and occupy the chair on the dais, please. It's an honor to invite our guest from Singapore. Please put your hands together. Please, zordar taaliyan ho jaye for Mike Holland, AGIDC Singapore. Hearty welcome, sir. Please come and join the stage on the dais, please. Re-sustainability. The person behind this, the man behind this is Mr. Gautam Reddy. Please put your hands together and welcome Shri Gautam Reddy Garu on the dais, please. We're expecting another guest, Mr. Ankit, who will be there in some moment, few minutes. And now I invite a partner and GCC industry leader, the Deloitte South Asia. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Rohan Lobo to please come and occupy the chair on the dais, please. At the outset, may I now request Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, Director Industries, to render the opening remarks for this session.
A very good afternoon to all the distinguished speakers, industry leaders, policymakers, and global investors, and esteemed participants. It's my honor to welcome you to this critical panel on capital and growth, where we explore the investment pathways and strategic priorities that will shape the Telangana's journey towards becoming a $3 trillion economy by 2047. Today, Telangana stands at the economic inflection point, and it is at a defining moment. In just over a decade, the state has emerged as India's fastest growing economies, achieved national leadership in per capita income, become a globally recognized hub for pharmaceuticals, vaccines, electronics, aerospace, and IT, established itself as a destination of choice for EV mobility, data centers, green energy, textiles, logistics, and food processing. These achievements mark only the first phase of Telangana's growth story. As we now transition into the next 20 years, the challenge before us is more ambitious. How do we transform this Telangana from a strong state economy into a globally competitive, innovation-led $3 trillion powerhouse. This requires bold investment pathways, of course, new financing models, reimagined industrial strategies, and deep focus on high-impact sectors that can accelerate value creation at scale. We envisage 3 pillars of the $3 trillion economic vision. To realize this, the state is building its economic roadmap on first, high-impact sectors as engines of growth, pharma, life sciences, IT and IT extension services, aerospace, defense, EV, clean mobility, semiconductors, renewable energy, food processing. All these services contribute over 60 to 70% of incremental GSDP growth. These sectors are capital intensive, innovation driven, and globally integrated core ingredients for a $3 trillion economy. To support this scale of growth, Telangana must unlock multi-channel capital pathways, including FDIs and sovereign fund partnerships, domestic institutional finance, and also corporate investments, MSME credit expansion through blended finance, bridge loans, and also interest subvention. Of course, we need to add the venture capital and risk capital for deep tech and startups, public-private partnerships investments in logistics, industrial corridors, and in digital infrastructure. The scale of capital mobilization required over the next 2 decades is unprecedented, and this panel aims to chart those pathways. A $3 trillion economy demands next-generational industrial corridors, multimodal logistics, warehousing networks, advanced manufacturing clusters, sustainable energy ecosystems, highly skilled workforce, a fully frictionless business environment. This requires strategic reforms, targeted incentives, high-quality execution, and execution reliability, areas where Telangana has already demonstrated national leadership. We are operating at a time when there is China plus one strategy, Europe plus one strategies are shaping the global supply chains. The green and digital transitions are driving trillions of dollars of new investment worldwide. India is becoming a central node in global manufacturing and services. Investors increasingly demand policy stability, infrastructure depth, sustainability, and talent availability. Telangana is uniquely positioned to capture these shifts, but only through when it is agile, sector-specific, future-focused strategies that align with global investment trends. This panel's a strategic dialogue for the next 20 years is not about short-term investment facilitation. It is about designing the long-term capital and sectoral strategy that will define Telangana's 2047 economic identity. Through today's discussion, we aim to explore investment pathways for high-impact sectors, financing models for scale, cluster-based industrialization and new corridors, PPP models for future infrastructure, policy and regulatory innovations for a future-ready, inclusive, high-value Telangana. Your insights will guide us in shaping policies, designing new capital pathways, and strengthening the enabling ecosystem that will propel Telangana into next economic era. We can position Telangana as a future-ready economic leader, innovative, sustainable, globally competitive, and firmly on course to become a $3 trillion economy. Thank you, and I welcome this panel to begin their deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikhil Garu. Another speaker has just arrived. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Ankit Agarwal, Managing Director, Sterilite Industries Limited. May now request Mr. Rohan Lobo, Partner and GNC Industry Leader, to moderate this session and carry forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I hope a very warm welcome to you all, and good evening. I hope you had a great couple of days, a couple of sessions in the morning. But we are here. We are gathered at really a crossroads of how capital is moving across the world. If you look at the trends, any trends that you look at, the FDI across the world is just about $1.4 trillion. It's actually come down 8% in 2024, and that's a indication of uncertainty. That's a, if Shashi Tharoor was here, he would say epistemic uncertainty. Basically, it means, an unknown that is absolutely unknown. You can't plan for it. You don't know what to do with it. You don't know what's coming. And that kind of uncertainty is there in the economy. It's also reflected in the geopolitical tensions. It's looking at both the demand side and the supply side. And that kind of uncertainty exists. But when there is $1.4 trillion degrowing at 8% in terms of FDI, at the same time, the investments in clean energy is nearly $2.1 trillion. So it's not really a retreat of capital, it's more like a rerouting of capital that we are seeing. If you look at the amount of investments that AI and data centers and those kind of things, commitments are going, it's about $400 billion just in 2025. And if you look at, the longevity economy, if you look at the convergence of AI, biotech, healthcare, life sciences, about $1 trillion incremental, incremental markets are going to come in the next couple of years. And then you have a further $30 to $40 trillion of longevity economy. When people live longer, they kind of spend longer, and that kind of leads to a further amount of economy. So you see a lot of these trends coming in. It's not really a retreat of capital, it's sort of a retracing of capital. And India is a little bit of an outlier in this. If you look at the data, again, the last data shows that the foreign direct investment in India has actually grown. And in Telangana, it's still an outlier because it's not only about bringing in capital, it's about sticky capital. It's about capital that gets invested in greenfield projects. It gets invested in real economy, real industries, and jobs getting created. So I think it's not just about FDI or capital flows and investments, but where is it and what is it doing in terms of the economy. And Telangana stands out because 18 lakh crore is the GDP. It's growing 12%. It's growing at a pace faster than the whole nation. 3 lakh crores is the IT industry by itself. And the IT industry didn't come about just by itself, right? If you look at how the GCCs or the IT industry grew, it's a lot started with government establishments, BEL, DRDO and all of that, bringing in people, and then those people getting well educated, getting into IT sector, then moving out and then coming and setting up GCCs and so on. So it's not an overnight success. There are a lot of foundations that have been established, a lot of policy interventions that have come through, and that's kind of enabled this economy to come through. So I think as the state looks at $1 trillion in 2034 and $3 trillion economy in 2047, it becomes very important to know where to invest, how the capital flows, and what investors are thinking through. So maybe I'll get started in terms of, a question straight to Ankit. Ankit, you're an entrepreneur, you're an Indian MNC, right? And you're also dealing with global investors. So what are your thoughts on the macroeconomic trends, and what are you seeing investors talk about when it comes to India and the way in which capital is getting deployed?
Yeah, maybe just to give a quick context, so I'm Managing Director at Sterlite Technologies. We are quite unique that we have operations in India, China, Brazil, Italy, and the US in terms of manufacturing operations. We make high-tech optical fiber solutions for telecom operators and data center companies globally. We're part of the larger Vedanta Resources Group. I'm part of the family, which is about $25–30 billion of metals and mining, oil and gas. Now silver is very popular, so we do some of that as well. From a global perspective, I think to your question, I think there's 3 or 4 things that we clearly see. One is it's no longer a China plus one or an alternate to China. I think that's very real. I think there is massive de-risking from China as we see across sectors, including us. But equally, I think, India, this is definitely we're seeing as India's time to stand up not only from the IT services side, but equally potentially from the manufacturing side. So I think that's something very, very exciting. I think the second part is the sheer demographics that we have in India, including out here in Telangana. I think that's a massive plus that we have going for us. And I think when people look at more and more of such kind of jobs moving to India, including some of the GCCs, but many other sectors, I think that's a huge plus. I think the third part is the democracy and the way decision making is happening and just the stability of our government. I think both our Prime Minister as well as various state chief ministers, including again Telangana, have done a fantastic job of creating that credibility and trust, which I think is serving us well and will continue to serve us going forward. I think on 2 or 3 areas I would call out that we probably need to do more of. I think number one in my mind is, and at a macro level, is if we really have to look at more and more job creation, quality job creation away from the farming sector, then I think skill development comes top of mind for me. And this is not just academic, studies, which I think we're doing okay. It's really on-the-job skill development. So how do we really partner, between the universities and the corporates? How do we create that kind of training? How do we create a pipeline through internships and other schemes to make sure that we have really skilled labor coming in? I think that would be massive impetus to get more FDI. And I think the second part, which I think doesn't get spoken enough about, is our legal system. I think the fact that, it is just fairly overburdened today in terms of the number of cases we have pending and the sheer time taken to reach resolution, both at the state and center level. I think that's something that has to get resolved. I think any global company looking at India has to, and including Indian corporates, including large conglomerates, have to feel that, yes, in any large investment that's coming in, there will be issues at some point. If you're looking at 10, 20 investment, they must have confidence that when the investment comes in and there are legal disputes, they will be solved fairly, but more importantly, will be solved quickly. So I think these are two that I would call out where a lot of work still needs to be done.
Thank you for that. And Mike, if I were to come to you, you've been in India, you've seen Singapore, you've seen the whole world, quite frankly. What is it about India that people are attracted to it?
So, as Ankit said, I think the starting point is talent. So we've been through a couple of cycles of this offshoring, becoming GCCs. Now we're moving to a place where that utility of talent is moving into manufacturing, into innovation, into life sciences, and so on. And if you put India in the global context on the demographics that Ankit referred to, and you mentioned that you've got operations in Italy, you can't get further from that scenario in terms of having a really youthful, vibrant, young workforce here in India. Italy is a beautiful country. I love it. I have a house there. But as I am often heard to say, I say Asia for business and Europe for leisure. But we mustn't underestimate the talent and demographic benefit that we have in India. So maybe a long time ago, 20, 25 years ago, people would talk about coming to India because of cost arbitrage. That's absolutely not. I mean, you're an expert in the GCC space. That's a long time past. People come here for the knowledge, the vitality, the expertise, the ability to scale up quickly. And I think that is becoming more and more beneficial for India, more attractive, and more people are aware of that across the whole world, partly because there's such a big Indian diaspora across the world. And in what's leading our global markets at the moment, or has been for the last year or two, technology, that Indian demographic is also a leader in that space. So in that space and in finance globally, Indian skills and talent is a real leader. So India is not a new place for capital now. But that said, you know, if you were going for a listing, I did a listing in 2019 of a large real estate company. Many or most of the initial investors that we were looking for that listing in 2019 were foreign institutional sources of capital. I'm working on a couple of listings at the moment in Bombay, and most of the initial capital is going to come from Indian institutions. So, you know, we've changed radically in 10 years. I think for us in our business, one of the sectors that we're focused on is data centers. We're developing a data center in Tokyo. We're developing a data center in Melbourne, Australia. But we're also, we've just handed over a first phase in Bombay, and Hyderabad is second on our list for India. It's really interesting. I was looking at some data points in that space. At the moment, we're developing in Tokyo, which is the most expensive data center delivery place in the world. And at the other end of the spectrum, India is actually the least expensive. That's still $6 million a megawatt, so it's still expensive. But there's some interesting contrasts, and I think India continues to go from strength to strength. International capital will always look at risk, but I think international capital is now very comfortable with India as a long-term capital destination. Yeah.
So, Mike, if I were to just add on to what you said, and so did Ankit, you know, India is a talent hub, and it's, you know, a trend which we're seeing is there's local capital formation for business. But how important is the leverage of the India market? We've got 1.4 billion people. They need soaps, they need chocolates, they need clothes, they need shoes. But how important is that a factor in terms of capital, international capital coming here?
Okay. No, fair enough. I think, look, there's no denying. I'll give you a few data points. The one that probably impressed me the most is we're already the largest consumer of data in the world on a per person basis. We are doing about 32 GB per person in India. And so the sheer quantum of data that's going through the Airtel, Jio, BSNL, Vodafone networks is just mind-boggling. Now, that then links very closely to things like DPDP, which is coming, etc., where a lot more of the data will have to be, you know, processed and stored within the country. So I think that's going to be very interesting how that plays out. I think just on this last point in terms of the sheer cost per megawatt, can this start becoming, you know, the location, at least for APAC, where more and more of the inference and the processing happens of the data center capabilities? I think that's going to be very interesting. In terms of the consumer demand as well, I think you're starting to see every major large consumer brand come in India, either through joint ventures or directly. And I think all of them are seeing this as a 10 to 20 year investment cycle. Again, here in Telangana, I was just informed you have the largest retail space in the entire country. Happens to be in Telangana. The largest iPhone sales apparently in India happens in Telangana. So I think that's very impressive. I think what's also happening as a trend, whether it's good or bad, you can argue, but I think Indians are just saving less. There is, especially the new generation, is just spending more vis-a-vis, you know, what they have on experiences, on goods. We are a blanket economy more and more. So I think this is truly, in many ways, the sheer consumer spending that's happening is massive. If you add that to the capital markets, which you spoke about, the sheer valuation and the multiples that you're getting, especially if you're in the consumer space, is probably the highest in the world today. So if you look at all of these things in terms of consumer demand, in terms of data consumption, if you look at valuation on the stock market, you're seeing more and more global companies looking at if they can cater to the Indian market and then find a way to monetize that. I think that's a very interesting play that's happening.
And it seems like you're saying that the next frontier is manufacturing and advanced manufacturing.
Absolutely.
Because you've got to build all the products that you design and put it over here. Maybe
Absolutely.
if I take a segue and move over to Gotham, Gotham ESG capital, clean energy capital, that's a huge thing across the world, right? So what are your thoughts in terms of what's happening in that space?
So as some of you would have read the newspapers today morning, half the MOUs signed yesterday between various companies and the government of Telangana were related to sustainability. But what needs to be watched here is that most of the MOUs that were signed were related to renewable energy. It was related to pumped storage power. It was related to solar power. It was related to agri waste to power, and these were some of the areas. But what we also need to get some investments is into the actual pollution abatement. And pollution abatement would involve water treatment and conservation, sewage treatment and recycling, pollution abatement, which is waste management, circular economy, and industrial pollution control. Now, these areas, unfortunately, are not getting the required capital from across the country or from across the globe. And as a result, you would see even today, while sustainability is super high on social agenda of everybody, when it comes to an economic agenda, when people have to put money behind it, the answer is still pretty low. And as a consequence of that, you see today 90% of Indian cities, large cities, and I can name them, Bombay, Chennai, Bangalore, Calcutta, not a gram of waste is treated in these 4 big cities of the country. There's a little bit that happens in Hyderabad and Delhi, but 90% of this, nothing happens. If you look at sewage, there's a lot of work ahead where we can go to the extent of treating 100% sewage, and some of us have seen in Singapore where they can treat it up to potable and drinking water level and actually drink it. And we're not even able to get it to recyclable level to be used for construction levels, to be used for gardening, to be used for reusing within the houses. So some of these areas, they will come very fast if we are able to get the right investments and the right solutions to capital. And that capital has to be brought into this country in the right way, invested in the right way, and returned in the right way. These are very important requirements. And reasons why it is not coming also, I'll tell you. There has been bad history in the past. For about 20 years, lots of companies have actually burnt money in this sector. More than 20,000 crores has been burnt in this sector, whether it was related to debt or equity. And if there is so much money that is lost, the confidence levels are reduced. Now we have to bring back this confidence by showing the right technologies, right solutions, right techno-commercial viabilities to many of these projects.
So Gautam, I think you said that this is a huge market and a lot needs to be done. But what is it that smart capital across the world, for example, from KKR that has invested in your company, or Blackstone or BlackRock, there seems to be a huge interest in this space. So what is driving that?
So there surely is interest in the capital. For example, we have had ILFS invest with us. We have Standard Chartered invested with us. KKR has invested with us. Now, what is important is to demonstrate to the investor that you're actually chasing profitability. If you chase valuation, you can never get where you want to get. And one of the biggest mistakes that many people tend to do when they start business is to start chasing valuation from day one, which is not at all correct. You must first believe in your business. You must be emotionally connected with your business and emotionally converted to make it profitable. Profitability is absolutely important. And what has happened, as I said, the 20,000 crores that has been burnt, most of it was chasing valuation, and almost all of the 20,000 crore was chasing valuation, which is incorrect. They were trying to get projects at zero cost. Like for example, in the sewage sector and in the solid waste sector, I know companies have come, bid with the government telling, I'll give you a royalty and I'll treat your sewage. Now, if that was the case, why would the world be spending so many millions of dollars on treating waste and treating water? And the government is also very happy if someone comes and tells, I'll give you money, I'll also take care of your waste. What more? I'll give you money, I'll treat your sewage and give you back clean water. What more does the government want? Government happily signed multiple contracts. Not one of those contracts is on the ground today. Not even one. Now, is government to be blamed? The answer is to an extent yes, because they should have realized that it is not practical. If that was the case, there is heaps of waste lying on the ground, heaps of sewage flowing on the streets. Why do you need a contract for it? Go pick it up from the street and treat it and make money, which is not the reality. And once you are able to demonstrate to the investor, here is the municipality willing to pay money, here is how we will make additional money from recovering water, from recovering power, from recovering compost or gas, and give them confidence, that is when the investor will believe in the commercial model and try to make investments. And I must say, while capital has been difficult, it was not impossible. You have to work with the right perspective, chase the profitability, believe in the business, be emotionally connected. I would say these are the principles to attract capital.
So what you're saying is, seems like you're saying there is a lot of opportunity, there is patient capital available, but it needs to be pragmatic, it needs to be practical on the ground. And it's not something that is just a purely entrepreneurial initiative. It needs a little bit of government support along the way too.
The opportunity awaiting, I must say, is not less than $300 to $400 billion, because as we sit here today, less than 10% of India's waste is treated, less than 5% of India's sewage is properly treated, less than, I mean, just to give an example, how many of us have the courage to go and pick up a water just like that from a tap and drink? We take water from tap, have a reverse osmosis plant in our house, and then heat that water, cool it, and then give it to our child. And why do we do this? And what do we do when we go to a hotel in London or Singapore? We are happy to pick up water from the tap. And where is this tap located? It's located inside the toilet. That's the only place it's located. We're very comfortable to go pick up that water and drink, because it's the confidence we are able to lay to them that, it is treated well. So in India, in this sector, less than 5% is actually treated across the country. Hyderabad is one of the better examples of cities, but rest of the country, if you look at, less than 5% is treated, and therefore the opportunity awaiting is hundreds of billions of dollars, and I'm very confident investors are also prepared. Just to give you an example, almost all of the big investors, KKR, for example, has a fund called Impact Fund. TPG has a fund called TPG Rise. All of these funds are specifically allocated, waiting for investments into this sector. And there are even debt bonds, green debt bonds. So there is capital waiting, but we need to chase the right methods and the right model.
And I think the government of Telangana has also taken a bet on sustainability and sustainability tech, not only for the cities and the state itself, but for the world, so to say. So I'm told that Nikhil here has to go for an MOU signing, but before he goes, I thought maybe I wanted to take a few inputs from him in terms of what the government of Telangana is thinking and doing, because business is not something that happens by itself, right? It's an ecosystem. And the benefits of Telangana in terms of the existing IT infrastructure, the talent, the 20 lakh odd medium and small medium-sized enterprises. How do you leverage all of this, and what has the state planned in terms of promoting industry?
Thanks Lobo for asking that question. First of all, this vision document, I'm happy that today night it will be unveiled. When you can... the same, we have been deliberating on this topic, how Telangana, for the 2047 $3 trillion economy, what all the sectors, how we should leverage the capital, whether it's abroad, whether it is domestic capital, and which sectors we need to do it. And to achieve our target of a $3 trillion economy, we have certain points already in place, which we will be showcasing in our vision document that will be released tonight. As one of our speakers have already told, one of the key factors which we are facing right now, issue which we are facing, is Indians are saving less. In order to get into the $3 trillion economy, we need to save at least 50%. The same has been seen in China. China has been the model for us. If you see our Honorable CM's statement in the plenary yesterday, we have been following the Guangdong model of growth, which is sustainable, which is using all the circular economy potential. As Mr. Gautam has already told, there is vast potential in the ESG space as well. However, instead of chasing the valuation, first danda to banao. As Deepinder Goyal, the startup Zomato founder, has said, you first make the business, you first prove the business, then chase the valuations. If you don't make the business and you just mindlessly grow for valuations, that doesn't inspire confidence in future as well. For suppose, as one of the speaker has told, 20,000 crores have been already gone into the sustainable economy. However, not much of profit into it. So to sustain that, few industries, RE sustainability is a few examples who are profitable, who are actually working into it. I have been in a privilege to work with them when I was in TGIIC. They are one of the few companies who are doing the CETPs, common effluent treatment plants, across the state and also in other states as well. So those are the models which were actually profitable, which showed the business model. Of course, everyone thinks there is this valuation, the global capital funds, the global funds or the domestic funds seeing valuations higher, but what are the proven business models which are there? And these business models, especially in the ESG segments, are very sector specific, very domestic, very India specific, or very country specific. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We are just seeing what the other countries have did, especially countries like China. They have, first of all, to get such sort of setup, we need to increase our purchasing power within the domestic economy. We should grow in such a way that the consumers will demand such quality services, where the quality of standards rise, where they'll be able to pay for that services that are being offered. One of the few examples are the tap water services. As the standard of living grows, as the development takes its shape, as India strives to grow into its $15-20 trillion economy in next few decades, not only we should leverage our domestic demographic capabilities, but also increasing the purchasing power within the country. What China has done, we should follow a bit on that front. We should rely on our domestic market capabilities to attract investment, where even business will feel confident to invest in those spaces where people are willing to pay for the services that are given, especially with respect to environment and sustainable technologies. So it's not just a single solution that will encounter the entire situation. Many capitals, many big companies are working on that. I mean, it's a multi-pronged strategy, but however, Telangana has been forefront. We are willing to cooperate with the new technologies in biotech, in circular economy. I would like to bring one of my organization, which is RICH, Research and Innovation Circle of Telangana, of Hyderabad, in fact. It's a small Section 8 company under our Industries and Commerce Department, which funds the startups which work in this circular economy into biotech spaces. And we are more than happy that last few years we have been able to fund few hundreds of startups in that. Of course, some startups would fail, but we are still trying on to these technologies as well. So, I mean, once we test these technologies, once we test these business models, once we grow into that, once we increase the purchasing power capacities of the people, once they are willing to pay for the services that are going to be given by these technology companies, then only the entire circle fills and the growth in the ESG space and the next 2-3 decades will happen. So I believe this is a more wholesome ecosystem that has to be developed, especially in this sustainable economy. Yeah.
Just to add, Rohan, as CII Telangana, we must say we are proud of our state's investments into ESG. In these sectors that I have just indicated, Telangana is probably one of the best. It has invested in bringing Krishna water from Nagarjuna Sagar, Godavari water from Malana Sagar and Kaleshwaram project from Singur. and has built all the sewage treatment plants at almost every single location, and 100% of the waste is treated. So I strongly invite a lot of people who are looking at investing in sustainability sector to look at Telangana, because it presents a beautiful opportunity, and we as CII Telangana are proud of Telangana government's investments into ESG.
So in India for India, India for the world, and if you've got a right idea, please come over to the government of Telangana, because the red carpet kind of gets open. So that's the key message from Nikhil. But if I were to make a segue, Ankit, you have dealt with public-private partnerships, not only in India but outside of India. What are the lessons learned for Telangana to pick up?
Yeah, I mean, I can give 3 or 4 examples. We in fact also did a joint venture in China, and I think, I want to kind of, my view on this is sometimes contrary. I think in many ways China is actually really quite far ahead in terms of technology, both development as well as application, and equally both private sector and I would say especially on the government sector. One example I can state is in our own manufacturing facility in China, there are several incentives given particularly for technology investments, R&D investments, both at the city level, state level and national level. So once the government decides that these are the priority sectors, they go out of the way to encourage R&D investment, and we really see that in in dollars or RMB in this case. Another case I can give is equally in a partnership, private partnership we have in Italy. I think the similar example is where the government is really encouraging manufacturing and job creation. So we have expanded from about close to 100 jobs to almost now 450 jobs. And there's incentives again for improving the manufacturing, but also any investment that we spend on training the people, that's also partly funded from the government. Same exact thing we're seeing in the US, where there are clear incentives for both R&D as well as for job creation. In fact, the local universities are also incentivized to partner with the industry, and there are incentives for the university and the industry to work together. And significant, I mean, few $1,000s per year per person is allocated for that. So I think these are just examples of where the government is very clear on what sectors to prioritize, to definitely prioritize technology and R&D investment, and also to prioritize job creation. And I think there is no debate or dispute, so to speak, between what is promised and then what is delivered. So that gives also a lot of confidence to companies like ourselves to further expand, because when you create business models, when you create IRR models, you can really bank upon at least whatever the government is promising will happen, and this is real cash that comes into your company rather than promises or anything else. So I think that's something at a very simple level where the trust has to be built and has to be developed. And whether it is Indian companies and especially foreign investment, everyone speaks to each other, right? And people really want to look at examples, and people speak very positively if you do deliver on your promises, and you create that trust by actually executing on the ground. So I think to that extent, whatever Telangana has done, I think is a very good case study in India. Both when you look at GCCs, I think there are about 500 GCCs in India now, in Telangana. The ITES sector as well is very dominant. And my guess is Telangana will be the top 3 data center investment avenues as well over the next 5 to 10 years.
And that's the reason why you've put in a factory over here.
Yes, absolutely. So I think from our own investment, we worked closely with KPMG. There's 2 parts to it. Some of my colleagues are here from one of our businesses, STL Networks. We've actually gone out and worked with the government on a T-Fiber project. I'm happy to share that we are the largest partner today with Telangana government for a massive rollout of fiber network across the entire state into practically every village. And we are partnering with the government to really make sure that we execute on that, and we want to appreciate the government support. That itself is one part of it. We also work with telecom operators like Airtel. We are the largest partner for Airtel in Telangana and other states as well to roll out the fiber network. So I think that's a very, very core infrastructure in my view, just like electricity or roads. Fiber is the most critical infrastructure now. Having that robust infrastructure will also enable more data center investments, because one thing that we see is that if you need like a 2-path redundancy in other countries, currently India requires 5 to 6-path redundancy for some of the hyperscalers. So I think having that robust fiber infrastructure will really help Telangana going forward.
So it seems to me what you're saying is that the one thing that matters most is policy certainty. Absolutely. The market anyways exists, but the policy certainty is crucial for capital investments, especially because the payoff periods could be in a couple of years.
Absolutely. I mean, look, anything that you do on the infrastructure side, you're at least looking at between 5 to 10 years, right? And today, where effectively every state is competing for investments, this is one of the things that has to stand out, is that you build the trust, and it's just saying what you do and do what you say. I mean, and that has to pan out.
Mike, you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think when one comes to an event like this and sees, I'm looking at the back, there's a master plan of the city, and I was looking at that earlier on, where you're actually seeing a long-term vision that goes beyond the existing city, beyond the existing ring road, that has a future city, that has a peripheral ring road around that. And you see, I'll go and look at it afterwards, but I can see something that's saying Telangana 2049 maybe on the side.
47.
27.
47.
47. You know, that is an indicator, and what we've seen in Hyderabad over the last 20 years as well, that builds confidence around that the plans become reality. That's not the case in every state in India, for sure. But that policy certainty, super important. A couple of points I just want to pick up that related to what was said before. So, ecosystem. So it tends to feed off itself in a virtuous way. So a manufacturer of fiber gravitates towards a place that has got data centers, or whether it's a hardware or software company will gravitate to where it can get the right skills. And so you get a virtuous circle, or conversely, it can go the other way. And I think it appears to me that Telangana is well on the way in that virtuous circle. But another point that I'd like to pick up, the one about skills and training, that in Italy or in other parts of Europe, US, the government is investing real hard dollars in skills and training. And the reason for that is that there's a real shortage of skilled labor, particularly in what one might call manual trades or blue-collar trades, not so much manual trades. I think, you know, that's a very interesting topic for India, particularly in the light of where we're going with AI. You know, I was chatting with some friends earlier on about some of these innovations are all well and good, but what about the jobs that are going to be lost in that regard, particularly at the lower skill end of the spectrum? And I think that one of the areas that there's a real skills shortage, frankly, all over the world, is for people who have strong skills around electrical engineering at a manual level. As we build data centers here, we don't want to be importing labor from where? From Singapore, from overseas. who've got skills around electrics. And India is a place that has a depth of STEM expertise that's fantastic, but maybe that's at the white collar end. And maybe, you know, we can keep that virtuous circle going by looking at how can we empower people who are more at the blue collar end and train them up and upskill them for this 21st century industry going forward.
So hard skills and also combine that with soft skills, but talent is going to be extremely crucial. It's everywhere. So, you know, I think we touched upon a couple of points around China, but I just thought maybe I'll share something called the integrated research platforms that China created in 2016 when the first sanctions hit. And what they did was around a university, around a theme. Let's take sustainability for an example. They got the venture capitalists, they got the manufacturing facilities, they got the services, they got everything in the ecosystem around that. And they've got about 30 integrated research platforms. And the Chinese model, as we all know, is software is free. You combine software into products, get value addition in the products, and build manufacturing facilities to drive those products. And all of that requires the skills Mike has been talking about, which is not necessarily only computer coding skills, but how to fix a bulb, so to say, right? Like, or how to wire a particular thing. So Gautam, I think, you know, what is that one capability in Telangana that you see is something unique for the state and that needs to kind of multiply and scale up?
See, I think anything to do with infrastructure in the state, we are already very strong. But one major change that we would expect that can probably increase the speed by 10 times is the reforms in the policy. Now, what kind of reforms? Today, if you look at government has the job of developing infrastructure, and there are 3 areas of concern most investors have in this. First is corruption. Second is B2G versus B2C or B2B. And the third is dispute resolution. The first one is difficult to go away soon. It's going to take some time. So let's say there's predictability to it and people have learned to live with it and will learn to live with it. It has to come down, it will work. Now the second model is doable. Converting it from B2G to B2B and B2C is doable. Like instead of an annuity road, you can make a toll road. Instead of a industrial park, you can get the customers to pay for it. So a lot of infrastructure can be moved to customer-centric models than government-centric models. And the most important thing is dispute resolution. Today, disputes in India will take 2 generations. For sure, if there is a dispute with government, I'm not going to see that money anymore. It's going to be my son or my grandson or my granddaughter who's going to look at it, and I'm not going to look at it. That fear is good enough for you to be subdued to a bureaucrat or a politician. And that is the worst thing that has happened. And it's very easy to resolve. You just need to increase the number of courts. It's a cost that will be incurred one time for a period of 2 years. All issues will be resolved. And the dirtiest part that you see today, every agreement says amicable resolution. I cannot think of one amicable resolution in the country. Every agreement says arbitration and it cannot be appealed and it is binding. I have not seen one arbitration award which is binding. Every arbitral award is appealed. There are acts which say you have to resolve an appeal in 6 months. I have not seen one case that is resolved in 6 months of an arbitral appeal. Now, unless these reforms as a policy come up, which Telangana is good, it should double down on and ensure that if they change these 3 things, the entire infrastructure required in the state can come with 0 cost to the government, completely moving to people-centric cost model.
So what you're saying is between growth, between talent, opportunities, speed, agility, you're saying regulation is crucial.
Absolutely, regulation and policy, which will change the way people think. See, ultimately you have to get in, see, ultimately there's no lakhs of crores with people in the city or in the country. It's got to come from some foreign capital, and foreign capital have perceptions. And these perceptions have to be taken away, and they have to be taken away through a policy framework.
So, Ankit, you know, 2047, the 100th year of our independence, the ambition of Telangana is to have a $3 trillion economy, which is basically what we're saying is as big as India perhaps a couple of years back, right? Do you think it's possible?
Look, I'm an eternal optimist for India to begin with. I think there's no question in my mind that this is India's time, and if we
and
just
Telangana's time too.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. So I think, look, it starts with the underlying tailwinds that we have as a country, and then within that, then I think very specifically to Telangana, it's down to like just, I think there's a lot of clarity around what the Vision 2047 is. I think there's a lot of work done around choosing what battles to fight. You cannot win in every sector. You cannot win in every business space. But I think there's a conscious choice. The 4 or 5 sectors that I've understood definitely is IT, ITES, pharmaceutical is very big. I think 1/3 of entire country's pharmaceutical sector exists here. And I think that will also evolve from just generics to plus very soon. I think there's no question that this will be a data center capital of the country. And I think the other part which has massive potential is also on the renewable part. So I think there are 4 or 5 clear areas that have been called out. On the medical side as well, there's work that is happening in the state which has a lot of potential. So I think it starts with, good clarity on the areas of focus. I think that the 3 or 4 areas that we spoke about which could be potential roadblocks or reduce the pace of growth is only these 3 or 4. And I think particularly if there is clarity and confidence given that there is even work happening to resolve that through a consultative process with the industry, I think that'll take it ahead. And it is going to be competitive. It's not like other states are sitting around. But I think the initiative and the momentum that Telangana has, I think, is placing it well.
So you talked about tailwinds. Very quickly, Mike, what are the headwinds?
The headwinds. I think we are in a more competitive global environment. But on the flip side, the other side of that coin is that India is the largest growth economy of any significance in the world, 6.5% compared with Western economies that are between 0 and 2%. You've got that huge domestic demand side economy. I think we've talked about some of the, not so much headwinds, but some of the things that we need to be aware of. We need to be aware of the skills issue, the training issue. But India is blessed with, again, on the flip side of that coin, India is blessed with the talent that we started to speak about, which has a curiosity and energy that, as I travel around Europe and Asia quite a lot, I don't see the same curiosity, energy, and base academia, frankly. And so I think one can talk about headwinds, but the people that are in this economy are resilient and transformative. And I think that's going to continue just the way it has over the last 15, 20 years.
Thank you. And maybe I'll just move into the next quick session, 5 minutes, a rapid fire round. You got to tell the first word that comes to your mind, right? It's very difficult for us, but first word that comes to your mind. So, Ankit, Telangana's biggest economic driver by 2030.
I want to say GCC. Yeah.
GCCs. Mike, the competitive advantage in one word.
People.
People, talent. Gautam's one sector Telangana must double down on, and you can't say sustainability.
Of course, for sure. I think Telangana should double down on manufacturing, aerospace and defense.
Manufacturing, I think aerospace, defense. Mike, the most investable mega trend today?
Energy data.
Energy and data, not AI. Make that clear. Gautam, what is the key green growth? Is it policy capital or innovation?
It's none of these three. I think the key blocker is the expectation versus financial linkage mismatch.
Well, Ankit, last one, most disruptive technology in one word.
I think there's no question, it's AI.
It's AI.
No
so
question.
with this, maybe I'll just open it up for one or two questions from the audience. If anybody has any questions to the panelists, if I can also answer on GCCs if there is any question.
I just had one point to the earlier thing. I think I just want to touch on. It's not just about Telangana competing with other states. We've also got to be conscious that globally people will be looking at Vietnam very closely. People are looking now certainly with energy costs in the Middle East. I think that's going to be one to watch out for. And I think again, with possibly things somewhat settling between China and the US at some point, and China continue to grow at 5%, that will continue to be something that you just cannot ignore. So it's also going to be Telangana looking at its competitiveness globally as well.
I think on sustainability too, it's not just India or the other cities, but it's maybe Boston, Amsterdam, Copenhagen, Shenzhen, it could be multiple cities. So that's a great point, Ankit. Any question? I think there's one question or two questions or three questions. And then there's four. Maybe we'll just take one question, please.
They're not good.
I think that's what Mike says, curiosity and energy. But
sir, one doubt, sir. Many European countries and developed countries rejecting these GCC investments. Why India attracting the GCC investments? Many developed and European countries rejecting GCC investments. Why India attracting the GCC investments?
I think the question is, why is India attracting GCC investments? I think the number one reason is talent, and the number two is cost. So finance and accounts resource in the US costs $79,000. In India, it's $16,000. So there is no doubt about the cost arbitrage that will come, and the talent, the person in India, apart from the fact that he can or she can do all the work, can also demonstrate a bit of curiosity, energy, and innovation and change and things like that. So I think those are the two main drivers of why GCCs are coming here. But the third one is also there, which is we are seeing a lot, nearly a third of the companies setting up GCCs anywhere in the world are actually mid-tier companies that are between $500 million to $1 billion of revenue. And the reason they come to India is because they want to build a future in India with the capabilities that are there in India, with the talent that is used to build new technologies and build their platforms and build the way they're going to compete in the future with the giants. And that is the reason they're coming to India. So, but it's not necessary that it will remain, what brought us here is not necessary that it will remain in the future. Because as Ankit said, when you have AI transforming the way in which you build, that means there could be an engineer, say in Ukraine, one-man show, who completely transforms a business process, and then you don't have your cost arbitrage advantage. So I don't know if I answered that question, but that's probably the reason why India is seeing growth.
Hello.
So I've been told that we have to close, but yeah. I want to
here. Please, sir. Here, this side. One last question.
Okay, last question, please.
How this energy landscape would be in the after say 20 years or so? Because as the data is engine as well as AI data centers are this thing, that the energy consumption trends from China is they are less dependent on oil and petrol, as they have been migrating to say more of renewable energy. And how the global oil prices would pan out, and how India would have the energy sovereignty, because energy and data are the two growth of fuels. So how India would have a roadmap for the sustainability and green and clean life?
I know we are completely out of time. What I would urge you to look at is, I think we're going to be well on our way in terms of both renewable and thermal power generation. I think we're doing absolutely fine in terms of how that's progressing. I think the challenge we will clearly have is that on average a solar farm takes 6 to 7 months to set up post land clearance. Your transmission takes between 18 to 24 months if you're lucky. So the constraint is very much now in our country on the transmission side of it, possibly a little bit of distribution, but much more on the transmission side. As we speak, the government has more than $50 to $75 billion of planned investment on the transmission side over the next 10 years. I think that's going to be a much bigger factor for both center and the state to solve for than the power generation itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause to the audience, and thank you very much for patiently listening to us.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all the speakers, and thanks for the insights underline the strength of Telangana's investment climate and the opportunities that lie ahead. May I now request Director Logistics Arshad Sheikh Ji to please come on the dais, please, to present the mementos to our speakers. The mementos being presented are from Telangana, the unique Pochampalli shawl, and along with the masks, the artwork from Cheriala. That was the memento presented to our guest from Singapore, to Mr. Mike Holland, and also now to Gautam Reddy Garu. A memento of appreciation to Mr. Ankit Agarwal. And of course, another memento for our moderator, Mr. Rohan Lobo, the man of the hour. Please put your hands together for all of them, for all the speakers, for this wonderful session. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sheikh sir. Yeah, moving on to the next session. I request all of you all who are standing outside to please come inside. And may I have the phones in the silent mode. We are starting the next session, which is the final session. The Global Capability Centers in Telangana, from scale to impact.
Good evening, everyone. So we have another session happening. So may I request all of you to please be seated. This is the last session and going to be a very interesting session. I would request each one of you to please be seated.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Mike. Thank you, Lohan sir. Thank you so much. Yep. Yeah, moving ahead to the grand session on this day 2, the hall 3 here. The Telangana Rising Global Summit, the final session of this day here today. The Global Capability Centers in Telangana, from scale to impact. Speed Department, may I request our moderator, Mr. Karthik Padmanabhan from Zinnov. Please put your hands together and welcome him to continue and take forward this session.
Good evening, everyone. For those of you who are here, we saved the best for the last. So hang in there, hang tight. We'll keep this quick, but I promise you that you will have a lot of information that we have to share. We spoke about GCCs in the last session. How many of you know GCCs? Have you heard of GCCs? Okay, so most of you have heard of GCCs, which is awesome, Global Capability Centers. Telangana has not just been riding the wave of GCCs, it's actually been creating that wave. It's ridden on the global talent and have established some of the best GCCs in India. Out of 2,100 GCCs in India, the best ones are set up over here. what we're going to do today is to talk to 5 of them who have set up their centers over here in Telangana and found out why is it they set it up over here and what makes them tick. For first, I'd like to invite the man behind smart cities, the person who makes smart cities smart. Rahul, come from Honeywell, please come on in. His team makes the infrastructure, the automation, the resilience that makes smart cities smarter. Thank you, Rahul. What is better than one Rahul? 2 Rahuls, right? So we have Rahul Das, come on over here, AI technologist. If any of you have been going to gyms and have used software that sits behind it, Rahul's team in India are the ones who are making it. Thank you, Rahul. All right. Now we have the financial WizKids that we have right now. Can I invite Ludwig? Come on up over here. Ludwig is the newest kid in the block. But then when you talk to him, he knows everything around here. He knows what sessions are happening. He even knows Hindi and Telugu. And Ludwig is from Deutsche Börse. And that software powers the world's most complex stock exchanges, including the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. Thank you, Ludwig. Thanks for being here. And the Bombay Stock Exchange, just so that you know, right? All right, when it crashes, only the stock market crashes, the software does not, just to make sure that happens, right? So thank you for that. All right. Okay, next we have Arindam from State Street. And State Street is no stranger to India. They have been doing business here. They are having centers over here for a really long time. So he's a veteran here on the financial side and have got their own capability center set up over here. Come on in. Thank you, Arindam. Last, but certainly the best, we have saved that also, and Deepak, friend, mentor, advisor, long before GCCs were called GCCs, Deepak had already advising people in terms of what talent means to India. So he's one who has set up one of the most technologically advanced tech centers over here from Pegasystems. Deepak, thank you so much. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to join you over here. And I think all of them have actually, hopefully all of you have mics. In case you don't, then please do share that with you. I'll pass it around as well. All right. My name is Karthik Padmanabhan from Zinnov, and great to be here. All right, so we're going to start with GCCs itself. The first questions first to all of you. Why Hyderabad? Why are you here? Why did you choose? And why is talent special here?
Oh, well, I think that's reasonably an easy one to start with, right? I think a good one to start with. See, for us from a GCC perspective, I think there are 3 fundamental things that we look at. One is in terms of the availability of talent, obviously, right? Second is the infrastructure and ease of doing business in terms of when you can start, and more importantly, can you scale, right? That talent and the scale. And then the diversity of ability from a global team perspective to survive in an environment, right? The socioeconomic aspect of things. I think all of those things, Hyderabad does a good job of ticking all of those boxes. That's probably what I would say.
Yep. Can you hear me? No. I'm going to get this back. Use this. So what we're going to do in this session, and keeping it to about 20 minutes, is to have really sharp, quick ones that we go. The question is, when you said talent is one of the reasons and ease of doing business, do you think Hyderabad actually has the best talent in India? Or is it more scale of talent, availability of people? What makes it over here?
So Hyderabad has the talent at the scale required, and it's not the biggest talent pool in India. Let's not kid ourselves. There are other locations which do have a larger, mature engineering talent pool. But it is rapidly evolving, right? If you go back, and when we started 20 years back, the talent pool was Mumbai. So our first office was in Mumbai.
And the talent pool has now become larger.
It has become larger over the last 20, 25 years.
And Deutsche Börse, just come in here very, very recently. And Hyderabad is known for all of the healthcare GCCs, tech GCCs, and so on. But you interestingly chose to set up a financial GCC along with Arindam here on the State Street side, right? So what was it about the financial side that you felt that you had talent to pick over here? What were the other cities into consideration? And what was your top 2 criteria to pick one over here?
Thank you. Also, thank you for having me again here on the panel. So the criteria which have been mentioned were also true for us. So it was not a 0-1 decision, Hyderabad or nothing. India has many interesting cities to build a GCC, even if it's the first one. But Hyderabad had the best combination of all factors which matter to us, most notably infrastructure, which is still scaling, and we see this here at this great Telangana Rising Summit, infrastructure for business and professionals, but also infrastructure for living of the talents. So these are the key points. Plus, there is also an interesting and strong evolving ecosystem of financial services companies at the intersection of financial services and IT, and all this combined led us to be here.
Got it. So that's on the talent side that we're talking about. And Rahul, I think I'll have to, both the Rahuls, I'll probably talk from a technology standpoint. If you're talking about bleeding edge of technology, if you're really talking about saying high-end talent, not scale of talent, because most of the centers we talk about scale, right? But tell us about talent depth. Do you find really good, strong engineering background, engineers over here who can solve problems in the AI era? You may be able to find them, but you might have challenges as well, right? So talk about maybe one or two of those challenges that you're seeing over here with respect to finding that depth of talent. But if you find them, are they able to deliver to that world class that we were talking about?
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be out here. KP, it's a very relevant topic in terms of AI strategy. And let me put it this way, and I will not be honest in terms of like, do we have talent in Hyderabad? Yes, but ability to go deep and finding the right talent is key. And there have been challenges in terms of finding that talent. The reason I see that Hyderabad has great potential is because just of the ecosystem. And also there's been a lot of well-known GCCs that have been able to grow in that area. And so that is the reason it's easier to find the AI-based talent. But having said that, it's about also the ecosystem where you get in-depth talent is having like very deep education system around it that really harnesses where you go by. And AI is a very recent technology if you think about it. So that's where you can go deep and finding those. If I name through in Hyderabad, IIT Hyderabad, IIT Hyderabad, where there's quite a bit of investment that goes into research on AI. So.
And Rahul Sule, and Honeywell is a very different organization, right? In terms of what all do you do? It's not the classic, typical IT only. It has IoT, it has technology, it has hardware, it has integration, and so on. That sort of mix is what you're seeing today. And you have offices across the world, right? You have offices, you have talent pools, you have centers across the world. Where do you compare, right?
I think Hyderabad stands right there. I mean, even we are executing some initiatives which are at the level of the CTO or CEO of the Honeywell, right? So recently, this year itself, he visited us. So we are kind of engaged in the core initiatives that Honeywell really matters. And with respect to skills, right? So some of our key skills are basically sensor to cloud integration, right? So hardware skills, RF skills, the IIoT skills. So all those are kind of available. We get them. The only missing part is with respect to domain expertise, and that's something that we continue to harvest. And now that we are also seeing some peer companies also coming up, so we kind of exchange talent as well. So all in all, I have never faced a challenge where we probably waited more than 3 months to hire the right talent.
Got it. We don't necessarily have to go one by one.
Yeah.
Exactly,
So if I may add to the talent question, the depth of the talent and what you can do. I'll tell you my own experience with what we're doing at Pega, right? I think one of the best things that we've been able to do is to drive innovation for the global company right from here. Our AI Center of Excellence is actually based out of here. We do so much work in terms of high-end work. And how does that happen? It's not an accidental thing, right? We have actually had a senior technical talent that we have built over the years. And we've had a GCC here for about 20 years now. And so it's actually been a journey. To give you a data point in terms of at least 42% of our individual contributors have at least 12 to 15 years of experience. So it's a intentionally built technical depth in that GCC who can actually lead innovation across the globe. to be able to define some of the AI, roadmaps in terms of what we do was no joke, right? So it's actually been done, and we have one of the highest tenures, for that matter, in the GCC landscape, if you look at it.
Right. So very quickly switching topics, right? I think we spoke about talent for a long time, the depth of talent, the ability to find talent, what are we doing for the global and so on. But we also know that what got us here will not keep us here, right? We also need to feed, because everything that we see around here is Vision 2037, 2047 and so on. So what are the things that you feel as a GCC, what do you need to adopt, adapt, change for you to keep this momentum going? Anyone? Yeah.
So that's a great question, because, and we were talking about it earlier, is that how many people really understand what the GCC is? Honestly, I don't understand it either, right? Because I'm in the asset management industry and the asset servicing industry. To the point Rahul made is that the domain expertise that you collect behind your experience defines how you service your clients around the world. So I think the thinking of how we've built this over the last 20 years, where it was around COEs and shared service centers, and is probably going to pivot back from more of a vertically oriented domain expertise in the industry of our clients. And that's what I think the progression will come. And we start measuring ourselves in terms of the outcome for our clients.
Right, right. You picked up wanting to answer something, but yes.
Sorry.
Both Rahuls, one after another. Go quickly.
Well, KP, to your question about GCC's journey, where we are at and how do we scale, right? I think we need to start thinking about, instead of execution, we need to have a seat at the table. Not in terms of like the percentage of workforce that you have out of any of the GCCs, versus having a really impactful customer-focused work that can have really a seat at the table. And it's not, the KPIs that you talk about is not about like you have 40% of engineering team or 80% of engineering team out of Hyderabad or out of India. It's more about what impact are you having towards the customer. So that way you're changing the narrative, what from a capability center to like incubation, innovation, customer impact, revenue impact. Those are the conversations that are sit on the table.
Yeah, exactly. So there was a statement that was there, and I'll come to you, Rahul, in a second, right? Which is said, right now we have 2,100 GCCs, but when the statement was made, it was 1,700 GCCs back then. 5 years from now, 6 years from now, in 2030, how many GCCs will be there? The answer was 0, right? Because they have now not been called GCCs, they are part of the global fabric, right? And that's what today I think Pega and Honeywell and the others are actually part of the global fabric itself. You don't necessarily call yourself as a GCC, right?
True.
And so how does that work? That global ways of working that you've established, is there anything to take away from there?
I would say that now we have kind of mastered the act of execution, also innovation for global. Right, so now the focus is India being a growth center, kind of a high area of growth center for as a region. We want to do local innovation, and how can we be successful with local innovation? So that's a key growth area for us. How can we make a difference for the region? We're already making a difference for the world.
Yeah,
that's the key.
Awesome, Ludwig. We had a question specifically for you, but if you want to answer something else, please do, and then I'll ask you another one.
Just to add on this, for us, the move to India was natural because we did already a lot of work with Indian companies, the Tatas, Accenture, Infosys, and the likes. And we are now insourcing the strategic capabilities. And we are at the same time already today with the team we are ramping up, fully plugged in our global organization. So it's not a GCC and the rest.
Yep.
It depends on the domain expertise needed. In some functions, you have the time difference advantage from India to Europe or other countries. So most of the colleagues are plugged in teams which are operating in Hyderabad, Frankfurt, Luxembourg, Cork, and even Prague. And it's seamlessly integrated. So you cannot even sometimes really nail down what is coming out of Hyderabad because the teams are globally connected and working globally already, naturally.
Yes. In fact, I think you almost are partially answering what I was going to ask you, which is when you set this up as a new center, what sort of operating structure did you have, or what were the kind of principles that you come and put in place in the first time so that the integration into the global was already seamless?
Maybe two things. One, let's say, leadership principle, and one, design principle. The leadership principle is, it's not a principle, it's a habit, what we have, that we have a commitment from the European top management, from our mother company, Deutsche Börse AG, from the top, and also the line below is 100% commitment to India as an important place to be, and specifically Hyderabad as the place to be for us, for our internal workforce and talent. Second is that from the very beginning on, all different parts of a capital market infrastructure value chain, super difficult, I know, but so it means everybody who's doing IT in Deutsche Börse has already, as of today, do IT out of India. So that we have everybody also being really committed from the European guys having teams here. That it's not one front running, but everybody needs to build up teams here at the same time. With different subject expertise, with a bit, at the beginning, different sizes, but everybody who has IT in Deutsche Börse has already today boots on the ground in Hyderabad with own people.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one last question on the broader GCC, and then we'll do a quick rapid fire if you have. The broader question is more on the cultural shift that is happening. Now, because of AI today, are you now forced to change the way that your GCCs are working? Are you forced to change the way your organizations are working to a large degree? Are you forced to take a startup-y kind of an approach, if I will? But if that's not the case, it's something else.
For us, it's a little bit of been a unique thing because we've been in the AI space for a long time. We've used AI, the traditional statistical AI, stuff for more than a decade, for that matter. So it was a natural progression when generative AI when agentic AI came through. It was a very easy, transition for us to be able to build those technologies into our platform. So for us, it was an easier transition. And to your point, in terms of from an organizational perspective, I don't think it's a technology problem. It's more of a mindset problem. It's a change management problem. And we are hard at it. We want first, really big to be an AI native company. We want everybody to be able to think, think AI first and then be able to leverage that to do better. So we have done a lot of that, in the last couple of years. Yeah.
I think the couple of things in terms of how we've looked at Gen AI and agentic AI. Clearly, there are two tracks, right? So there is applications of the use cases which are on the existing structure of the organization, but in parallel, we are actually looking in terms of innovation in ripping out the organization and thinking about the AI's design on a more front-to-back perspective. So, and the most sort of immediate belief that we have is that actually the existing cakes and candles kind of horizontal, vertical organizations probably will be very different in the future when you take AI support, and we're seeing that come through.
Anything else?
No, I mean, AI is a topic which is already there everywhere. So there's no specific Hyderabad-based AI challenge, I would say. It's the challenge we have in every single location, which is adoption, but also proper governance and risk framework around. And third, processes which are ready for AI. Because if you throw AI on a broken process, you have a broken process with AI. I call it agentic AI is for me sometimes a bit this robot process automation on steroids. Also there, if you didn't do it properly, there was shit in, shit out. So this we have to avoid.
Well, just to, talking about AI, right? One observation or one phenomena is a lot of the companies start, kind of doing things because of a mandate or because everybody else is doing it. Essentially, it kind of feels like, companies are looking at AI as a hammer and they're looking at a nail to bang on, and everything, you need to actually go bang that hammer. That's really not going to help anybody. That's why you will also see a lot of these talk about 95% of the pilots being failures or what have you. I think what Arina was talking about as far as looking at the right use cases and you're not necessarily solving vanity stuff, with AI and you're actually really making a difference.
Yeah, I just want to add, a lot of what I have seen, it's for ABC Fitness, we have just been a year into the journey, right? It's about building teams. And the narrative that is being changed is driving from a AI strategy, incubation, innovation, and being perseverant on driving those projects that are AI related. And that's actually, that puts you in the front. I know there's a lot of nervousness or anxiety around and risk around AI, but that's the opportunity, right? You have it, and you need to lead with it. It's not like, yeah, let's wait, let's see. That's where I differ from the opinion about it, and that's an opportunity I see, is to lead the way.
That was going to be the start of my rapid fire question. We're going to start with Rahul.
Sure.
Do you feel that AI is going to take your job?
No.
Anyone here?
Well, I hope some part of my job. I wanted to make it easier. I certainly don't want to be doing everything I'm doing, so I could be doing a lot better, I think, So I do hope it does take some of mine.
I mean, it probably changes my job in a different perspective.
All has been said, I hope not, but as the colleague said, partially, hopefully, yes.
Yeah, but yeah, great answers, right? I hope it changes some part of my job and it takes away some part of your job as well, so which is perfect. One myth about GCCs that you want to either reinforce or shatter, either way.
Well, the fact that the headquarters should actually give what a GCC should do, So in my mind, it's always earned and not given. So I think that's what I would probably say.
So this whole narrative around 6,000 leadership roles, 36,000 leadership roles, I think is rubbish, right? Everyone employed in these institutions are performing roles for functions, supporting clients somewhere in the world or the other, and many of them are clients in India as well. Now, the myth is that this leadership pivot is going to change everything. I don't think so. It's how you measure yourself when that pivot to, not calling yourself a GCC happens. That's when success comes, in my view.
For me, this is the point that there is not the GCC. Every GCC is as individual as the company. And so you have to adapt the setup and the operations to the need of the whole global organization. So there's no one size fits all, but a very tailored approach necessary.
Yeah. One of the myths I looked at is don't look for culture fit, but look for culture adds. The reason I say that is it brings a diverse perspective. So it's not like you always have yes kind of talent on the table versus a diverse one.
Anything, Rahul?
I'll probably talk about top-down driven innovation. So sometimes it's told that you need to do something which probably doesn't work. There need to be conviction at the ground when you talk to the customers and their end users, right? So that's what I will say. That's a myth that need to be changed.
Right. Last question on the rapid fire. One good thing that Telangana is doing and one thing that you would actually advise Telangana to do to stay afloat or stay ahead of the curve?
I would say that the talent, we have a lot of universities, etc. So to pick talent across the board. So that's something that's great and should continue. The collaboration with the companies. What probably we should be avoiding is going the Bangalore way. Unplanned development. So.
Yeah. Just building on it, Hyderabad has the momentum and we should continue building on that momentum. The Bangalore way, the reason the infrastructure don't cave into the successes that Bangalore had. There's a learnings that we can build on it, and that is where we don't need to fall on it. There are learnings that we can get from Bangalore and build on that momentum for Hyderabad.
For me, the good thing is the very close collaboration between business and government. Again, so this ecosystem in the best possible way. Please continue doing. And I think what is for the future crucial to have at the same time AI first lectures and classes at universities, but don't forget the people who are already working to also up and reskill people in their end 30s, mid 40s, and 50s. Don't forget them in the journey of education and next level of technology.
Yeah, I think I was, while walking, or not walking, actually driving to this venue, the first board you come across is the Chief Minister making a statement that the Hyderabad is competing with New York, London, and Singapore, blah, blah, and it's not competing with other Indian cities. And actually I heard that, and I was really happy about it, because I think this is the first government I've actually seen which has made that statement. And in the financial services industry, we've been saying this for a number of years as we've evolved, that our competition is not Krakow and Manila and some other place in the world. It is New York, London, Dubai, Singapore, right? That's what we need to aspire to be. So it was really pleasing to see the government actually take that stand. The flip side of it, and no Hyderabadi likes it, right? Amirpet is a weak spot in this city, which is a huge risk.
Well, to both the rounds, I'm from Bangalore, so I know I have all the bruises to share with you guys if you want to talk about it. But my advice for the government would really be, constantly keeping ahead of the curve. Don't take eyes off of this, and then, consistently doing things, constantly, being on top of it.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the leaders who are pioneering GCCs over here in Telangana. That's a great talent ecosystem. There are some wonderful GCCs. The technology centers in Hyderabad and Telangana are no less to any other in the world. And I think there are some wonderful products being built over here. And thank you to all of you to have set up your centers over here. There is still a lot more to do. We'll see you again in a year's time, and hopefully we'll have a lot more stories to share. Thank you for watching with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for this lovely panel session. It was a bang-on session indeed, and thanks for all the support that you have been lending so far. I now request Secretary to Housing, Shri VP Gautam, to felicitate the panel members. To start with, Mr. Arindam Banerjee, EVP and Country Head, State Street. Mr. Deepak Vishweshwaraya, SVP and India Head, Pega Systems. Mr. Ludwig Heinzelmann, Country Head, Deutsche Börse. Mr. Rahul Das, Country Head, ABC Fitness. Mr. Rahul Sule, Senior Director, Engineering, Honeywell Technology Solution. And last but not the least, the moderator of the event, Mr. Karthik Padmanabhan, Managing Partner, Zenov. Once again, thank you all for this lovely session. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising.
Stay shining. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together. Let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology, and tourism that you gotta see. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. See the unity, diversity in the city. Here we welcome the world where dreams unfold. Let's all uphold every life and soul. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. Telangana rising, state is so shining. Telangana rising, 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 rising.
In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Revanth Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics, and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising.
Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining.